A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Thing on the Fourbleboard. Me, I'm a roughneck. Well, I was a roughneck, 20 years ago. A little too old, too slow now. Besides, I got $1 now. I don't have to be a roughneck, you see. Married, got a nice home. Had to meet my wife. Hey, Mike. Her name's Maxine, but she likes to be called Mike. Mike! I guess she's busy out in the kitchen someplace. Besides, she doesn't hear very well. Shame, too, she's so pretty and everything. Well, you'll meet her. Sit down. I was saying I was a roughneck. Well, no, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it means. A roughneck is an oil field worker, specifically a guy in a drilling crew. Call them roughnecks like you call a section hand on the railroad a gandy dancer or a garage hand a grease monkey. Same time you work around a drilling crew for a while, you're going to be a roughneck in every sense of the word, boy. A derrick floor or a Fourbleboard's no place for a guy with a bow tie. Because when you have to fool around with drilling holes that go farther down the ground than it is from the top of Pike's Peak down to sea level, sure they do. The time I was a roughneck, we got this one well down to 7,313 feet. That was a record. But last May, Pure Oil brought one in out in the Natrona Valley in Wyoming at 14,309 feet. That, friend, is almost 3 miles. Quite a hole, that, huh? Sure, I don't think there's an oil man in the world that don't wonder one time or another what's down there, besides rock and oil and gas. Oil that's made out of trees that died 20 million years ago. Oil that's made out of dinosaur bones. Oil that's maybe made out of the flesh and blood of men, maybe, that beat each other to death with a stone axe, ate saber-toothed tiger for lunch. Yeah, you get to wondering. You look at the cores that come up from way down there, and sometimes the little shells, trilobites mostly, that was alive when Manhattan Island, where New York is, was under half a mile of ice. We found something once, me and Billy Grunwald, and something found us. I'll tell you about it. We were down to around 5,400 feet. We'd set casing. We began to get water, so we had to stop drilling and cement off. Well, you see, when water begins to seep in the hole, you pull your drill pipe, then you let down a cementing shoe inside the casing, and you plug up the bottom of the hole, casing and all, with quick hardening waterproof cement. Then when it's hard, you drill through the cement, go on down, and the cement outside the casing at the bottom keeps the water out. Well, we had the drill pipe all pulled and cracked. The cement was setting, see, so we was shut down, waiting for it to harden. We'd been coring just before. Well, you see, a core drill is hollow, and as the bit digs down, it stuffs the drillings up inside it, so when you pull it out, you got a sample of the kind of stuff you're going through. And a geologist can tell a lot from that. So there's nobody around the rig except me that night. The rest of the crew's going into town. I was toasting some pork chops over the forge for my supper. I heard a car pulling up. Look out, it's Billy Grunwald, the geologist, and I give him a hello. Hi, Billy, come and have a pork chop.
Hi, Porky. Where's everybody?
They all went to town. I'm the whole crew.
Yeah, I had 3 blowouts between here and Oxnard.
Yeah, I wondered where you was. Ted said you'd be in here about 3.
Yeah, I would have been, except for my tough luck. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, hungry?
Starved.
Yeah, I got 7 pork chops and bread. And some coffee, kind of.
Swell. Yeah, I got a bottle in the car.
We're going to have a banquet.
Hey, where's that core? That's what I came up here to look at.
Yeah, back there on the bench. Look at it after supper.
Hey.
What?
Didn't you say you were all alone here?
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard somebody talking.
Yeah. I don't see anybody. Keep an eye on that pork chop. You won't have any supper.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, let me put the coffee on. Like so.
When'd you finish cementing?
This morning. Last tower only made about 10 feet of holes, so Ted shut down before we get flooded out of house and home.
Funny about that water.
How?
Oughtn't to be any at that level, according to my figuring.
Well, there is.
Is it salt?
Sure, right out of the bottom of the ocean.
That's funny. Well, maybe I'll be able to tell something from the core. Yeah, I hope so. No, last core I looked at, I'd have sworn we were getting into shale.
Ain't seen none yet from the cuttings.
That's funny.
Here, your pork chop's done. Yeah, take some bread.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, man.
Good, huh? Yeah, put on another. I had 2 already before you come.
Yeah, much obliged. Yeah, you never can tell what's down there. You get it all mapped and plotted out, all the straighter. And all you know is what comes out of the hole.
Yeah. I'd like to go down there sometime if I was little enough.
Never get you down a hole.
Yeah, you'd fit. You're skinny.
I'll stay up here and look at the cores, Bud. Where is that one?
Behind you. Over there.
Oh. Well, I'll have a look at it.
Well, why don't you wait till you finish your supper?
I'm just going to look at it. Put on another pork chop for me.
Okay.
Well, I wish those screech owls would keep...
What's the matter?
Hey, wait a minute, Porky.
Well, what did...
Listen.
What's eating you?
You know, I'd have sworn there's somebody up there in that Fourbleboard.
Ah, you're crazy. There's nobody up there.
Getting against those stands of drill pipe.
Ah, they're just rack crooked. One of them slid. Come on back and eat your pork chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Only I...
What you so jittery about, Billy? Come on, eat your sandwich. Here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Porky. I don't know. I'm just naturally that way, I guess. I'm always scared of the dark. Doggone it, I hate to be a baby, but I can't help it.
Scared of the dark? Honest?
Stupid, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's scared of something. Me. Spiders scare the tar out of me. Black widows. Oh. Now I know how you feel, Billy.
There another light over here?
Yeah. Here.
Ah. Oh. That's better. Hey, listen, Porky. Go out to the car and look in the left-hand door pocket and bring back that bottle, will you? That's what I need.
Okay, kid. Okay. So I picked up a flashlight. I turned around and went outside. I found a car. And I got the bottle. And the floor of the derrick was all lit up, and when I saw a beam of light suddenly flash up toward the Fourbleboard, I laughed. Billy Grunwald and his ideas. Sure, I looked up. There wasn't a darn thing up there, except the drill pipe racked against the fingerboard. Oh, this, Fourbleboard. Well, you've seen oil derricks, or pictures of them. Do you know that little platform that runs around the outside of the derrick about halfway up? Well, that's the Fourbleboard. Well, you see, drill pipe comes in lengths, and you handle them with several lengths screwed together so as to save time getting them in and out of the hole. 2 lengths is a double, 3 is a triple, 4 is a fourble. When you pull a pipe, you heist it up inside the derrick with a traveling block, which moves up and down from the crown block at the top of the derrick. Then when a fourble of pipe is pulled out, it's held in the rotary table. You break the joint with tongs, like a great big Stilton wrench, you see. Snub a cable that's fastened to the handle over the cathead on the drawworks, and that breaks the joint. Then you hold the tongs on the pipe, give the rotary table a few turns to unscrew it. You heist away with the traveling block and swing it over against the fingerboard, lean it against the derrick. The guy up on the Fourbleboard takes off the traveling block. You do it all over again till you got all the pipe out, you see? There wasn't anybody up on the Fourbleboard, except a screech owl, and it flew away. So Billy turned his light off, and I come on inside. And just as I come up the steps, he let out a yell.
Yikes!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Billy?
Hey, come here. Look here.
Well, what's it?
Look, Porky.
Where did you find that?
Now, listen, Porky, I give you my word. That was embedded in the core.
Why, it couldn't be.
I tell you it was. Look where I dug it out. You know what? That rock there comes from a mile underground. And it's been a mile underground for 1,000,000 years. And look at this.
And I did look. And what he was holding was a gold ring. And it was all carved and filigreed just like jewelry. And there wasn't any kidding about it. It was real. No, wait a minute. Hang on, I ain't done. I poked at the core of rock that looked like a kind of petrified salami or something. And then it was my turn to pretty near jump out of my pants. Because right alongside the place where Billy dug out the ring, there was a mud-covered but very unmistakable finger. I picked it up, and it was cold, and it was heavy, and it was solid rock. At least it felt like solid rock. And I looked at Billy, and Billy looked at me. He started to rub the mud off this here stone finger. And as he rubbed it, it began to disappear. No, he could still feel it, he said, but when the mud was gone, neither one of us could see it. And he dropped it to the derrick floor. It went clunk, and we couldn't find it any place. So you know what we done? Well, we took that bottle and we took and finished it, Billy and me. We finished it in one slug apiece, and it was a full pint of bathtub gin. It tasted just like so much well water to me. And then we sat down on the derrick floor and we looked at each other. We didn't say a word. My eyes got heavier and heavier. The last thing I remember was I heard some kind of noise that seemed to be coming up from down the Fourbleboard 80 feet above us. I shut my eyes a minute. I guess I went to sleep. And I had awful dreams. Black Widow. Spiders crawling all over me with gold rings on their legs. Things I could hear but I couldn't see up on the Fourbleboard. Billy Grunwald climbing up the ladder outside the derrick in the moonlight. Faces looking at me, and I couldn't figure out who they were. Then I was waked up by a horrible scream. A crash alongside me that shook the whole derrick. I opened my eyes to see Billy Grunwald lying on the floor 2 feet away with a broken neck. With a broken neck and his left hand, well, he put the gold ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the way his arms were spread out, his left little finger and the ring were gone. Friend, I got out of there. I run down to where Billy had left his car, and I got in. I stepped on the starter. And I couldn't get it to go, and then I remembered after I pretty near run down the battery that Billy had taken the key. I wasn't going up there and go through a dead man's clothes to get it. So I sat there in the car and shivered all by myself till daylight. And then Ted and the crew came. Afterwards, a state cop, and everybody in the world was asking me questions.
Did you and Billy have a fight, Porky?
I told you we didn't, Ted.
But you had been drinking.
We only had that little pint, Ted.
Well, what was he doing up on the Fourbleboard?
Did you threaten him, and did he run up there to get away from you?
Listen, cop, don't be a chump. Billy Grunwald and I were good friends.
Then why'd you push him off the Fourbleboard?
I didn't, I tell you. I wasn't up there.
Oh, what did he go up there for?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How do you know he was up there?
I didn't say he was. You said so. Besides, how would he break his neck if he didn't fall from way up there?
Well, look, officer. I think it was just another accident. I mean, we haven't got anything on Porky, and personally, I don't believe he did it.
Well, it's mighty mysterious.
So it is. But we got work to do. Now, how about it? That cement's hard down there. I want to start drilling again, and I'm short-handed. Will you let Porky stay here till I run in my pipe again, and... Oh, then you can take him and ask him questions till you're blue in the face.
Well,
Okay. Let's get rolling. You got steam up, Happy?
I will, sir.
All right. Porky, you go from the Fourbleboard.
What? Not me, Ted.
Oh, don't be such a boob. There's nobody up there to shove you overboard. Hey, you can put a safety line around you if you want to. And besides, you're getting paid to do what you're told. I've lost too much time already. Come on, get going.
So, okay, I go up on the Fourbleboard. And you can bet I took a good gander around before I did anything else. No, I couldn't see a thing. So I signaled to the driller to let down the traveling block, and he did. Came sailing down from up above. I was just reaching for it to pick up the first 4-bullet drill pipe. Gave a big jerk, and the cable broke. It dropped and nearly pulled me off the Fourbleboard. And it landed right on top of Ted. And if you have any idea what a guy looks like after 2 tons of metal land on him from 80 feet up, yeah, you keep your ideas to yourself. Well, that was enough. 2 accidents in a row. The whole crew quit. They wasn't going to wait for a third. And it was Ted's money that was paying off. There wasn't any more, and as far as I know, the abandoned derrick is still there. And that was 20 years ago. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That traveling block was right in front of my face when it broke loose. It was hanging by steel cable, 3/4-inch steel cable. And I saw that cable break right before my eyes. It looked just like a piece of string when you snap it between your fingers. I could almost see the fingers. You know what? There was something up there on the Fourbleboard with me. And so a couple of days later I came back. I don't know if there's anything in the world as desolate, as dismal, as dead-looking as an abandoned oil well rig. There it stands like a skeleton off on a deserted side road in the bare yellow hills surrounding it, and it's the deadest thing you ever saw. I sat in my car for a long time looking at it. Everything was just the way we'd left it. I looked into the floor. The smashed traveling block was there alongside the rotary table. There was a little mutter of steam from the boiler. That was all. Then I heard a tinkle of something as it hit the ground alongside me. I looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. But at my feet was the gold ring that Billy Grunwald and I had found in the core of rock that came from a mile underground and from 1,000,000 years ago in time. And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. And I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the Fourbleboard. No, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. There was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. And then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, what can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the Fourbleboard with the thing. But I couldn't see it. I felt the platform tremble under my feet again as something moved toward me. I fired 2 or 3 shots. And nothing happened. I started backwards. I knew it was following me because I could hear it meowing like a cat. My feet tripped over something. I saw it was a big can of red lead that somebody had left up there. Without thinking, I picked it up and I threw it at the sound, and it splashed. And there it was. And I wish the face of a little girl, frightened, crying with hunger and terror. Hands like a human being, and a finger missing from the left hand. And a body. Now, when I tell you about that, I told you how I'm scared of spiders. But I knew where it came from. It had come from the bowels of the earth, come riding up on the drill pipe as we yanked it out of the well. Come to an alien world, and was lost. It stood there dripping with red paint, blood red from head to foot like some horrible dream. And it put its hand on my arm. Its hand was stone. Living, moving stone. And it looked into my eyes and mewed like a lost kitten. "20 years ago, I discovered many things about it, what it used for food, that it was deaf, that it was invisible and couldn't see people when it was invisible, that if you sprayed it with mud or paint, or grease paint, makeup, then it could see people. And believe me, I didn't want to see its body. I can see that in my nightmares. But its face, I can't help wanting to see that pathetic little girl face. I'm afraid maybe I've fallen. But it's very beautiful. And when it's well made up, it's... But making it up, rubbing grease paint on a stone face that looks at you and smiles, and it makes sounds like a lost kitten yet. I can disguise the body in long dresses. She can't hear very well, and when she's hungry, I have to stay out of her way. I found out what she likes to eat, remember? No, sit still. Sit still, do. Sit still or I'll have to shoot you. I want you to meet my wife. Or rather, my wife wants to meet you. Mike. Mike. There she is. Come on in, dear.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Thing on the Fourbleboard. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper and featured Ernest Chappell.
And Dan Sutter played Billy Grunwald. Pat O'Malley was Ted. And Cecil Roy was also a member of the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Sound by our good friend Albert April. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that all the characters in tonight's stories were completely fictional. At least I, for one, hope so. Next week, the story is called Presto Changeo, I'm sure.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery. A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. A corpse there was.
Will you listen to me? I've got to tell it to someone, and, well, I guess you've heard a lot of strange stories. I'm Catherine Holland. It all started about a year after I come to work for Martin Reed and Stephen Corey as their housekeeper. Oh, we'd have such fun, the three of us. And Martin was forever making me promise that I'd be with them always. Always. I didn't know how long that could be.
You're only joking, huh, Kathy? You wouldn't leave us. You'll stay with us always, won't you?
Not if you keep doing that, Martin.
Oh, you'll get used to it, Kathy.
Oh, but cutting your own name on a tombstone, it's positively morbid.
I don't see that. If a cobbler can make his own shoes, then surely a stone cutter can make his own monument.
Well, that's true.
After all, a man must do something with his spare time. And you, Stephen, of all people, have no right to scoff at me. Imagine a cemetery caretaker who wanders through the graveyard day and night, talking to the dead.
If the people I met outside the cemetery, my dear Martin, were as interesting as the people I meet inside, perhaps I wouldn't. Since they're our only neighbors along this godforsaken road, and since I must get away from you occasionally...
Now, look here, enough is enough.
Are we going to let her boss us around, Martin? You nearly 60 and me twice her age?
That's right. You're 42, aren't you, Stephen?
Yep.
You know, I think for your next birthday, I'll start on a nice marble headstone for you.
Okay, I quit. I resign.
Oh, no, don't say that, Kathy. We need you, Stephen and I. Always before, our housekeepers were stout and rheumatic. You're so young. It was like all at once having the shades pulled up and the windows opened when you came. You won't leave us, will you, Kathy?
No, I won't leave you, Martin.
You promise?
I do. If you promise to take your medicine.
No, I told you, Kathy. I don't believe in that quack doctor. There's nothing wrong with my heart.
Oh, Martin, don't be stubborn.
It's not a matter of being stubborn. I know I'm perfectly all right.
How about those attacks you've had?
They were indigestion.
You don't want to take that medicine because you and the doc have been enemies for years. You won't give him the satisfaction of treating you, even if it means...
Please, Kathy. Don't you think I'm old enough to know my own mind?
But Kathy's right, Martin. You should take your medicine.
Oh, now you start. I'm going for a walk.
I'll go with you.
I don't want company.
Now he's mad.
Oh, don't take it to heart. He'll get over it.
I wish he hadn't gone out in this weather.
Yeah. I think it's getting worse. I'll go call him back.
Stephen, what's that noise?
I don't know. It was just outside the house. It's our cedar tree. That last flash of lightning struck it. There seems to be... Kathy!
What? Move away from the door so I can see through.
No, Kathy, please. Stay in here a minute. I'll go out.
Oh, I'll go with you.
I think I see something beside the cedar. Come on, Kathy.
Stephen, it can't be.
Yes. It's Martin. He's dead.
The tree?
It didn't touch him. He died from the shock of it falling so close. It was heartbreaking.
Strange, isn't it? The last tombstone he ever carved was his own. We buried Martin the next evening. There weren't many mourners. We lived too far from town to be well acquainted. At last, the few who'd come went away and left Stephen and me alone at the grave. They've all gone.
Your eyes are all red, Kathy.
Do you suppose he likes where we buried him? Right across the road from the house?
I'm sure he does. He can sort of watch us from here if he gets lonely.
It won't be us much longer, Stephen.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't stay here with just you. It isn't proper.
Kathy, you know I wouldn't...
Oh, I know, but what'll people think?
I don't care about people. They're not important.
Well, they are to me. I have a good reputation, Stephen, and I don't
Kathy, don't leave me.
Oh, but I must.
Losing Martin was unbearable, but if I lost you, I'd have nothing left.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
There'd be no one to care if I live or die. If you go, I'll be all alone.
You'll find another housekeeper.
Housekeeper? Oh, Kathy, dearest, don't be such a little fool.
I'm not a fool.
You are if you can't see how much I love you.
You love me? Oh, no.
How could I help it? You're sweet and fresh and lovely. And I never knew before what joy it was to watch a woman. Anything you do, the way you walk and laugh, even the way you get angry. It's beautiful.
Oh, keep away from me. I don't know what's come over you.
I was content just having you about the house, being near you. But now... Oh, my darling, you mustn't go away.
Oh, please don't look at me like that. Please, Stephen.
Dearest, let's get married. I'll make you happy.
No, I don't love you. Don't touch me. Oh, I like you a lot. I'm very fond of you, but... Well, it's not love. I could never love you.
Why, Kathy? I'll make you a good husband.
Oh, no, Stephen, no. You're twice my age.
But I'd worship you, Kathy, dearest.
Oh, to quit bawling Cassie, dearest, at me like a lost lamb. I'm going to the house and pack my things.
I won't let you go. You belong to me.
I don't belong to anyone. If you don't get out of my way, I'll throw this rock at you.
There's someone else. You love someone else.
No, Stephen, I just don't love you. Don't come near me. I'll throw it, I swear.
Kathy, no!
I told you I would, didn't I? Why couldn't you believe me? Well, get up. Stephen! He was lying on his back, motionless. I bent over him and... his face, the rock had caught him between the eyes. I couldn't think. I was terrified. I only knew that Stephen was dead, that I had killed him. A murderess, that's what everybody would say. They'd put me on trial, all those faces gaping at me like I wasn't human, and then they'd... No. Had to get out of here. The road past the graveyard. If I followed it, I'd reach the main highway. I'd run. I'd run so fast no one would catch me. It was dark. The body wouldn't be found till morning. By then I'd be far away. Had to keep moving. Had to. Where could I go? Where could I hide? Flying down the road for hours and hours, till my legs were numb and my heart tearing at my chest, deafening me with its thunder. No, that wasn't my heart. It was a car. They were looking for me. Somehow they'd found Stephen already. Oh, it was getting nearer and nearer. I slipped behind a tree. Not police. Not police at all. Picnickers. Oh, the only ones who might have seen me. They'll forget they even passed this way once they're safe at home. Safe at home. Suddenly I realized what a fool I'd been. I couldn't escape a police dragnet by running away. They'd never stop looking for me. The best place to hide was at home. Why, of course. I'd gone back to the house from the funeral and straight to bed. Stephen had decided to stay at the grave a while longer. Everyone in town knew he liked to wander through the cemetery, and especially tonight, with Martin just buried. He must have caught a prowler, and the man had thrown a rock at him. That's how it happened. I felt perfectly calm. I turned around and started back. The sky had been cloudy all evening, but as I walked up the road toward home, it cleared. I remember how lovely the moonlight looked, spilling down the steps of the house. I started to climb them. Suddenly, I had an impelling desire to see Stephen's body. Oh, I tried to fight it, but the thought of him, cold and crumpled, lying like some cast-off doll in an attic, hypnotized me. I went down the stairs and started across the road. He had been lying at the foot of Martin's grave, I remembered. From where I was, I couldn't make out the body. Oh, that wasn't right. The old man was buried directly across from the house. I should be able to see Stephen. I slipped through the gate, hurried to where the corpse had lain. It was gone. There wasn't a trace of it. I dropped to my hands and knees, searching about the new mound of earth for some proof that it hadn't all been a nightmare, that I'd really killed Stephen. There wasn't anything. No matted grass where the blood should have dried, nothing fallen from his pockets, not even the stone with which I'd struck him. And it was so quiet, so deathly quiet, with the moon whitewashing Martin's headstone, and the one next to it. The one next to it. But there hadn't been any grave there before. And this one was fresh. As fresh as Martin's. I slowly raised my eyes and looked at the tombstone.
Stephen Corey, born May 9th, 1901. Died April 20th, 1944.
Why, I'd know that carving anywhere. Martin was dead. But Martin had made that gravestone.
Kathy stands in the moonlight, staring at the grave plaque of Stephen Corey, a plaque identical with the one Martin had made for himself before he died.
And yet, how could Martin have carved that headstone? He had not made one for Stephen before he died, I knew that. Still, Stephen had been buried, and the date on the monument was right. I felt the answer, but I pushed it back away from my mind. It couldn't be true that Martin had kept his promise even now and had carved the stone. That these dead who were Stephen's friends had buried him. Had he loved me so, he wouldn't make me pay for what I'd done. Did he plead with them to cover him so I'd not be found out? I didn't know. I was paralyzed with fright. I had to get out of here back to the house before I lost my sanity. I don't know how long I lay there, cowering in my bed. At last, the darkness of the night closed in about me, and I slept. But then, out of the darkness, the doorbell rang. Sharp sound, a streak of fear over my flesh. The police had come. Stephen's grave had been discovered. I had to go to the door.
Are you Catherine Holland? I'm Estelle Bailey, Martin's sister.
Oh, yes, I should have known. Come in, Mrs. Bailey.
Stephen sent me a telegram this afternoon about Martin's death, and I took the first train out here. I'm sorry if I woke you.
Oh, that's quite all right. Come in. I know it's been a long trip. Perhaps I can fix you a bite to eat?
No, thank you. I'd like you to take me to see the grave right away.
Martin's grave? Now?
Miss Holland, I hadn't seen Martin for 9 years. I'm ashamed of that, and I want to rectify it now as soon as I can. If you won't take me, perhaps Mr. Corey will.
Oh, he's not here. He's in town.
Well, I'll wait up till he comes in.
Oh, you'll wait a long time.
I don't understand.
Well, Stephen was quite shocked by your brother's death, you know, and, well, he felt he had to get away from this house, so, well, he mightn't be back tonight.
But if he went into town, why didn't he meet me at the station as he wrote he would?
Well, I don't know. Every moment she sat there, she'd think more and more about Stephen's absence. I had to distract her the only way I could. I had to take the chance that she wouldn't notice that other headstone. But if she did notice it, I would have to kill her, too. But just then something happened to spare us both.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, look, it's raining again.
Yes, the moon's gone in. It's pitch black outside.
Then there's no use going into the cemetery, I suppose.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Bailey. What a shame. Finally, she went upstairs. I waited until I knew she slept. Then I took a spade and crept across to the cemetery. It was wet and cold, but I didn't notice the weather. For I had a scheme. A very clever scheme. I was going to dig up someone else's headstone as well as Stephen's and switch the two. I couldn't disguise his new-made grave, but at least I'd conceal who was buried there. It was just before dawn when I slipped back to the house. Mrs. Bailey woke me about 8, and together we went into the cemetery. I came up level with the graves, and... Oh, no. No, it couldn't be. Why, I'd switched them last night.
Stephen Corey, born May 9th, 1901. Died April 20th, 1944.
His headstone. Exactly where it had been before. But I had dug it up. There were blisters on my hands to prove it. Mrs. Bailey, had she noticed? No. She'd gone right to her brother's grave and stood staring at it, wiping away the tears.
I'm very glad of one thing, Miss Holland, that Martin is buried a little apart from everyone else. He liked to be alone most of the time, you know. Even in death, he would prefer solitude and being isolated from all the others.
Solitude? Isolated from all the others? But Stephen was lying right by his side. She couldn't see Stephen's headstone. It was incredible, but it was true.
Come, Miss Holland, it's raining. We might as well go now. I'll take the early train back to the city.
After she'd gone, the house was empty, yet full of a screaming silence. And I sat looking out at the grayness of the lonesome day. Had there really been a grave at all? Growing inside me was a grim fascination to see. The mud sucked at my shoes. Through the dusk, I walked determinedly toward that spot where the headstone stood. I slipped to the fence. Then I was standing beside the tree, leaning against it. For I couldn't believe what I saw. There, beside the others, stood a third headstone, and stretching almost at my feet, a freshly dug grave. Even before I crept forward to see, I knew what the plaque would say. Catherine Holland, born June 7th, 1923, dead April 21st, 1945. Tonight. April 21st. That was tonight. And I was still alive. Martin, listen to me wherever you are. I said I'd be with you always, but you can't force me to follow you. You can't force me to follow you. Tears filled my eyes. I took hold of a hateful stone and tried to flatten it into the ground. Then through the tears, I saw the dark bruises on my hands. Bruises on my hands, but, well, it wasn't possible that... I touched one of the dark splotches. It rubbed away. Then the truth went through my mind. I fell to my knees. The letters I thought were carved into the stone. They, too, were blurred. I drew my finger along my name. It was lettered in black crayon, thick archaic lettering, darker toward the middle than at the edges, giving the illusion of depth, giving the illusion of being cut into the stone. Then that's how Stephen's headstone was made. That's how. I stood up. Fear fell over me like a cold, wet sheet. Behind this adventure was a human being, a being like myself. Then I saw the thing in the grass, sending a tiny sparkle toward the dust-filled sky, and greedily I picked it up. A copper-colored metal cap from an eyebrow pencil. So that was how the letters had been drawn. That was how this thing had happened. Then I knew who had done it. And even before I turned to look, I knew she was standing there, staring at me, unmoving, a thin smile on her lips, her eyebrows thin, too, penciled on with surety and deftness.
Turn around, Miss Holland. I see you have guessed the truth.
It was you. You killed him.
But do you think my conscience will hurt me as yours does? Would it make your death any easier to know you didn't kill Stephen Corey?
I don't understand you.
I'm telling you the truth. I came into the cemetery just as the last visitor left, and I saw you throw the rock at Corey. I saw you run for the road. You hadn't killed him, Miss Holland. He was only unconscious. But I made sure he was dead before I buried him.
Then you dug the grave here. That spade in your hand.
Will serve a double purpose. I shall kill you with it.
Just as you murdered Corey. Why? Why did you kill him?
Because Martin had willed all the family property to Corey, with the provision that when he died, it would return to me. I knew if his body weren't discovered, they'd think you and he had run away together. Then I'd have to wait for him to be declared legally dead.
And so you put up the plaque?
I felt sure I could persuade the county coroner to file a death certificate quietly. Then I'd show my lawyer the grave, show him that Corey, too, was dead. But you came back, so I have to kill you, too. Now you know the truth. Your time has come.
That spade, Mrs. Bailey.
Is for you, Miss Holland.
Stay back from me. Stay back.
I'm going to kill you.
I'm not afraid, Mrs. Bailey. You're real. I can fight you.
This will be your grave, and I shall bury you in it.
Give me that spade. Give it to me. Go here. I said that spade. Mrs. Bailey. My eyes were clouded with flashes of blackness. I lay on the ground, feeling the cold, wet earth against my cheek. Without warning, it had happened. One wall of the grave gave way, and she lost her balance and fell forward into the gaping hole. Dirt from the mound began rolling down, clods of it covering the edges of her long skirt. And she lay still, silenced, at the bottom of the grave. A few wet clods of earth were still slowly tumbling down, as if they had an intelligence of their own, an intelligence that told them to bury the dead. Bury the dead. For she was dead, and she had died instantly. Her neck twisted beneath her loosened, flowing hair that hid the hideous sight of her eyebrows, thin and long. Her neck was broken, and she lay in the grave she had meant for me. Perhaps, now I've told it, I can forget the horror of what's happened. But not soon. Not soon. One way Martin was right. In my brain, he and Stephen will be with me always.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
The Diary of Fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you.
Book 93, page 861.
In the Diary of Fate.
Yes, here it is. The name, Tyler White. Occupation, confidence man. Yes, Tyler, yours is the infamous profession of swindling people of wealth and social position by first gaining their attention, then their admiration, and finally their confidence. And you are well suited to your work. You have always been a success, but you have always been dishonest. And now I, Fate, move, and because of two little things, a stray dog and a forgotten cigarette lighter, you, Tyler White, will soon be executed for a murder you did not commit. But only you and I know that. Take heed, you who listen, lest you think fate is unjust, unmindful of mortal rights. In a moment I will make a further entry under the name Tyler White. And when I have written, I will read from his record in the Diary of Fate. Record of Tyler White now lies open before me. And for a brief moment, I, Fate, look ahead to a single instant of decision.
I got it all figured out now. Now, Gordon, can you fix an alibi for yourself from 8 to 10 tonight?
Sure I can. My boys will swear up and down for me.
Good. Now, look, here's the setup. We'll establish separate alibis first, and then we'll get together.
And take care of Mr. Burke?
Right. We're going to take good care of Mr. Johnny Burke.
Yes, in the life of Tyler White, the decision to murder was made. But in the last analysis, it was something small, something beyond the control of this man or any other mortal, which determined the inevitable outcome. It is ever thus. Little things. Yes. Yet these are the tools which I, Fate, use. I have no choice. For it is all part of a plan. And once set in motion, nothing, not even I, Fate, can alter the course already ordained. Remember, Tyler White, you and your latest victim, the extremely wealthy Mrs. Estelle Courtney, were driving to lunch. You were about to close a deal.
And so you see, Mrs. Courtney, one man's dream is more than just a good play. Why, it's got everything. It's tender, it's real, dynamic, Believe me, you're going to own a Broadway hit.
Well, I hope you're right, Tyler. $100,000 is a lot of money, especially for something by an unknown author. Why, none of my friends have ever heard of this Keith, what's his name?
Keith Kennedy. Of course they've never heard of him. This is his first play, and that's the beauty of it. His work is fresh, his outlook is clean. In short, Mrs. Courtney, it's youth talking.
Why, Tyler, those were my exact words to young Jim Olson when I hired him this morning. He's from Kansas City, you know, and he's never had any experience with the theater in a big way, like the New York stage, I mean. But I assured him that a director's job was the same any place, that he had youth
You
and
hired this Olson to direct our play?
Yes, I did. In fact, he left Kansas City this morning. Oh, look, Tyler, Central Park. Isn't it lovely today?
But, Mrs. Courtney, my partner has already picked a director. You can
goodness,
hire
we're almost
fire.
at the plaza now. Look at me. Oh, lips rouge worn off, nose shiny. Oh, please drive slowly while I freshen up a bit. Oh, where is that lipstick?
Well, if your mind's made up, I don't suppose there's anything I can do.
Tyler, do you like this shade? It's called Carnation Red. A really different lipstick. Oh, Tyler, that dog. Look out!
Stupid mutt.
Oh, Tyler, my lipstick. It's smeared all over my dress.
Yes, Tyler. At just the right moment, fate, intervened. A stray dog darted from the curb, and as you stepped on the brakes, Mrs. Courtney smeared lipstick on her dress. A half hour later, as you left the cleaning shop where the stain had been removed, you were surprised to hear someone call your name as you stepped to the sidewalk.
Say, Tyler. Tyler White.
Huh? Oh, hello, Burke.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are things going?
Can't complain. We'd better hurry, Mrs. Courtney. It's after 1 already.
Oh, is it really? Well, goodness, how the day slips by.
Well, so long, Burke. See you around.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Mrs. Courtney and Mr. Burke.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Burke?
Well, Mrs. Courtney, Mrs. Estelle Courtney.
Why, yes.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Why, I've seen your picture and...
I'm sorry, fella. We're in a hurry. The car's over here, Mrs. Courtney. See you, Burke.
Yes, I think you will, Tyler. Goodbye, Mrs. Courtney.
Yes, Tyler. A little thing caused you to stop at a cleaning shop. And as a result, you met Johnny Burke, a man you thoroughly disliked. But you forgot about him an hour later, when Mrs. Courtney finally agreed to sign a contract the next day, awarding you $100,000 for the production of One Man's Dream, a play you could stage for $20,000. When you returned to your office and Gordon came late that afternoon, you were elated as you lied to your partner.
Well, Gordon, we're all set. We've hooked our angel.
Well, the contract signed yet?
No, tomorrow. But the $50,000 is as good as ours.
$50,000? Well, I thought you'd be good for twice that.
Listen, Mrs. Courtney isn't the easy mark I figured. As a matter of fact, we're going to lose a few bucks in that deal you arranged with Dwight Reese.
You mean she's hired another director?
Yeah, some dear boy she met in Kansas City. I'll get it. White and Kane Productions. Tyler White speaking.
Hello, Mr. White. This is Johnny Burke.
What do you want, Burke?
No reason to be so cold, Tyler. After all, we're old friends.
Listen, Burke. I think you're a cheap crook and our friendship ends there. Now, what do you want?
Exactly $20,000.
What? Are you crazy?
Yeah, like a fox. Now get this, White. I'm in hot water with a couple of the big boys. I signed a marker for $20,000 and it's due and payable tonight.
You won't get any sympathy out of me, Burke.
I'm not looking for sympathy, Tyler. I'm after cash. You're the softest touch I know.
What do you mean by that crap?
Just this. If you don't have the money out here at my place in Cedarville by 9 o'clock tonight, I may have to call Mrs. Courtney, Mrs. Estelle Courtney, and tell her a few things I know about you and the late Mrs. Goodall.
You'll do
I
what?
tell you once, Tyler. I'm in a tight spot. I know how you please Mrs. Goodall. And, Mr. White, I've got the letters she wrote to you that prove it. Now, can I expect you at 9?
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there at 9 o'clock sharp.
Seven o'clock. Tyler, we've been sitting here for 3 hours. I tell you, we've got to...
Shut up, Gordon. I've got it all figured out now. Can you fix a pat alibi for yourself from 8 to 10 tonight?
Sure I can. My boys will swear up and down for me.
Good. Now, look, here's the setup. We'll establish separate alibis first, and then we'll get together.
And take care of Mr. Burke?
Right. We'll take good care of Mr. Johnny Burke. And no one will suspect us, Gordon, and even if they do...
Me? I was with my boys playing cards all day.
Sure. And I was up at a movie. I can prove it. And furthermore, let me tell you...
Hello?
I'd like to talk to Mr. White, please.
It's for you, Tyler.
This is Mr. White.
My name is Jim Olson, Mr. White. Mrs. Courtney engaged me to direct a play she's backing.
Oh, I see.
I just got into town. I'd like to get together with you and Mr. Kane.
Why, sure, but it's after 7 already, Mr. Olson. And,
well, then, how about dinner?
Dinner? No, I'm afraid that's impossible. I'm going to be busy tonight. Very busy.
No, Tyler. You had no time for dinner with Jim Olson that night. You and your partner had no time for anything except the murder of Johnny Burke. Shortly before 8 o'clock, you left Gordon in the office, where he was calling the right people to establish his alibi. And you went to the Fairfield, a moving picture theater you had visited the night before. You were careful to be conspicuous, and you talked to the girl in the box office.
In other words, if I go in now, I'll just catch the start of the feature. Is that it, honey?
That's right. The name isn't Honey, if you don't mind.
It should be.
Look, mister, the whole show is on the inside. The feature starts at 8:06 and breaks at 10:30. Now, how many, please?
1. I'm sorry about that funny business. Didn't mean to be fresh. On it.
Well, forget it. But the name's June.
White, my name's June. Tyler White. I'm glad to know you.
Yes, you were glad to know her, Tyler, because it strengthened your alibi. And as you entered the theater, you joked with the man who took your ticket. Then you talked to the manager who stood nearby. And finally, an usher seated you. A moment later, unnoticed, you quietly moved to a side exit and left. And even as you stepped into the darkened alley and walked quickly toward the rendezvous that you and your partner had arranged, Gordon Kane left the office. Everything was timed perfectly, Tyler. But then fate moved again. And unknown to you, another little thing happened. As Gordon Kane reached the end of the corridor, he took out a cigarette, then discovered that he had forgotten his lighter. Quickly, he walked back to the office.
Hello, Kane speaking.
Oh, Mr. Kane, this is Mrs. Courtney. Is Mr. White there?
Why, no, he's not. Can I help you, Mrs. Courtney?
Well, I suppose so. It's about the contract I'm going to sign tomorrow. Tell me, is that $100,000 due in a lump sum?
What?
Mr. Kane, I asked you if that $100,000 is due in a lump sum.
Why, I don't know, Mrs. Courtney. I'll have to ask Mr. Tyler.
Yes, a forgotten cigarette lighter. And Gordon Kane learned that you, Tyler, had lied to him. Soon now you will meet your partner. And soon fate, will make a further entry under your name. When I have written, I will read from the record in The Diary of Fate. because of a little thing. A stray dog that darted from the curb. You, Tyler White, became the victim of a blackmailer. A man as evil as yourself. And because of another little thing, the forgotten cigarette lighter, your partner, Gordon Kane, learned that you were even dishonest with him. But he said nothing when you met and drove to Cedarville, where Johnny Burke lived. The house was dimly lighted and on a deserted street. And you, Tyler, were uncomfortable as you rang the doorbell and waited. But there was no answer. You were surprised when you tried the door and found it unlocked.
Easy, Tyler. We may be walking into a trap.
That doesn't add up. Burke needs money, remember? Burke, are you home?
I don't like this, Tyler. Let's get out of here.
Oh, relax, Gordon, relax. Sit down. Burke probably stepped out for a minute.
Well, maybe you're right. Tyler, look. Under that cushion, it's a gun.
Yeah, 38.
What are you going to do with it, Tyler?
I think I'll put it in the desk here just in case Johnny Burke has any fancy ideas. Hey, where are you going?
This place has a back door. I want to know if... Tyler.
Yeah?
Tyler, come here.
What's the matter, Gordon? What is it?
Mr. Burke is home after all. Look.
What? He's dead.
Yes, Tyler. The man you and Gordon Kane had intended to murder was already dead. For a moment you stared in cold fascination at the body sprawled face down at your feet. Then you noticed the letters, the ones you wanted so badly.
Look, Gordon, on the desk, the letters.
Yeah, I guess he was going through them when he was killed. Who do you figure did it?
Any one of a dozen. Burke was a dirty blackmailer and a stool pigeon. And believe me, he murdered more than once.
Tyler.
Yeah, come on. Grab those letters, Gordon. Let's go. The back door. Come on.
But can't you go any faster, Tyler?
My foot's on the floor now. Now, quit worrying. In another half hour, we'll be back in town. And you'll be playing cards, and I'll be a...
Tyler! That man, look out! Put out your lights. He's over here in this ditch.
He's dead, Gordon.
Not yet. Bleeding bad. I guess he was fixing a flat when you hit him. What'll we do?
Let's get out of here.
We'll leave him? But Tyler,
Use your head, Gordon. If we report this and get an ambulance, we're spotted in Cedarville. Come on, let's go.
You better let me out here, Tyler. It's only a block to my place.
Yeah, you're right. Can't be too careful now.
Well, so far, so good. I'll see you in the morning, Tyler, at the office.
Hey, wait a minute. Those letters. Let me have them.
No, Tyler. I don't think I will.
What? Is this your idea of a joke, Gordon?
Yeah, it's a joke, Tyler. Like the one about you getting only $50,000 from Mrs. Courtney.
What are you talking about?
Skip the act, Tyler. Mrs. Courtney called at the office tonight and want to know if the $100,000 was to be in a lump sum.
Listen, Gordon, you're getting just what you're worth. Now give me those letters. Give them to me.
Get your hands off me. Tyler, put down that ring.
Now I'll have those letters, Gordon. Gordon!
Now, Tyler, you had murdered. At first the thought horrified you, and your mind reeled in utter confusion. But in a moment you gained control of yourself and realized that now both Burke and Gordon were out of the way. And you had your precious letters. Quickly you stripped Gordon of his wallet, his watch, a ring. Then, unnoticed, you drove hurriedly to the Fairfield Theater. At 10:30, you stepped from the shadows of a nearby shop and approached the girl in the box office, confident that your alibi was still unshatterable.
That's right, sir. The last figure goes on in 10 minutes. You're welcome. How many, please?
2 dozen, honey. All on the aisle.
2 dozen? Oh, it's you again. Hello.
The name's still Tyler White, June.
Oh, I haven't forgotten. The fact is, I was just thinking about you.
Wondering if I were going to stop by on my way out?
Well, sort of. You see, I'm through here in a half hour.
Look, June, I've got to get home for a minute. Business call. But how about me picking you up when you're through,
Well, I shouldn't, but well, all right, it's a date.
Fine, then I'll see you around 11,
Your alibi was perfect, Tyler. You had been in the theater from 8 o'clock until 10:30. You had talked to the ticket taker, to the manager. You had even made a date with a girl who would not forget your name. And on your way home, you stopped on a nearly deserted bridge and got rid of the things you had taken from Gordon's body. Now, as you approached your house, you were relieved until a voice from the darkness called your name.
Hey, Mr. White.
Huh? Oh, who's there? Who is it?
Name's Barton. Lieutenant Barton, homicide.
Homicide? What? What? Well, what's the trouble, Lieutenant?
The usual thing. Somebody's dead. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not.
Good. It's chilly tonight.
But, what do you want with me? Who's dead?
Your partner, Gordon Kane.
Gordon? Gordon Kane is dead? I can't believe it.
Yeah, must be a shock to you, all right. Tell me, where you been tonight?
Me? Why, I've been at a movie at the Fairfield. Been there since 8 o'clock.
Yeah, can you prove it?
Well, of course I can. Wait a minute, though. Surely you don't think I killed Gordon Kane?
No, Mr. White, I don't. That looks like a run-of-the-mill stick-up slam.
Well, then, why this questioning?
Because you're under arrest for murder, White. And the murder of Johnny Burke.
What? Burke?
Yeah.
Johnny Burke's dead, too?
Shot through the head with a .38. We found a gun in the desk drawer in the living room. And there's the fingerprints on it of yours. You're through, White. You're a dead duck.
But why would I kill Burke?
That's easy. Blackmail. See, we found a letter written to you by a Mrs. Goodall. It was under Burke's body.
But I told you I was at the Fairfield Theater from 8 until 10 o'clock tonight.
Maybe you was. But Johnny Burke was killed at 7 o'clock. Where was you then, Mr. White?
At 7? I was in my office. Yeah, I was with Gordon Kane. We were talking business.
But Gordon Kane's dead, remember? It says your alibi.
No, wait. I can prove I was there. I had a call from Jim Olson, a director who just got into town. He called me. Yeah, I can prove that, Lieutenant. I'm sure I can.
Yes, you were safe, Tyler. You had an alibi. A witness who could break the chain of circumstances that was closing tightly about you. A chain that could hold you for a murder you did not commit. But soon, Tyler White, you will learn that the supreme law of justice is as constant as the rise and fall of the tides. For soon, I will write the final entry under your name in the Diary of Fate. You were no longer afraid as you stood before Lieutenant Barton, an officer who had convincing circumstantial evidence that you had murdered Johnny Burke, a crime of which you were innocent. Your confidence gradually returned as you called Mrs. Courtney and heard her say where you could locate Jim Olson, the one man who could keep you from arrest and trial for murder.
Of course I can tell you, Tyler. Jim Olson is staying at the Royal Arms Hotel. I think I have a number right here. Yes, it's Drexel 27331.
Drexel 27331. Thank you, Mrs. Courtney. Thank you very much. Well, Lieutenant, Jim Olson is at the Royal Arms Hotel. The number is Drexel 27331.
Okay, I'll call him.
Royal Arms Hotel. Night manager speaking.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Olson, Mr. Jim Olson.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Olson...
Hey, look, this is the police. Lieutenant Barton, homicide. Now, is Mr. Olson there?
No, Lieutenant, he's not. You see, Mr. Olson was killed tonight.
Huh? What? What's that? He was killed.
He was struck by a hit-and-run driver. It happened just outside of Cedarville.
Yes. The man Tyler hit in the road and left to die was the only man who could prove he was not guilty of the murder of Johnny Burke. And now, as Tyler White sits in prison and awaits his execution for a crime he did not commit, he realizes that justice will be served. And now it is time to close the book. Another entry has been carefully noted on the pages of eternity. In the case of Tyler White, as in the cases of all mortals, I, Fate, am but an instrument of the plan, and the little things at my command are the tools with which I work. Because of a stray dog, Tyler White, a dishonest man, was led to his death after he had killed the one man who could have saved him. Ponder well the moral, you who listen, and remember, there is a page for you in the Diary of Fate.
The cast included Herbert Litton, Ruth Parrott, Herbert Rawlinson, Bob Lowry, Tyler McVeigh, Ray Erlenborn, Ivan Ditmars, and Hal Sawyer. Diary of Fate is a Larry Finley transcription, brought to you from Hollywood.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends,
we shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden. Down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns its king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Silver Flask.
And so it is that the prophecy of Charming shall be fulfilled. For the evil committed, your reward is death.
And from the mouth of the flask poured a crawling white fog, which became quite dense, and then assumed the size and shape of the demon of the night, and it reached its hands towards his throat.
Stay away from me. Stay away from me.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Silver Flask. And now for our story, an original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Silver Flask.
And so it was the new town caused the Silver Flask to be made. Small and thin it was, with a diamond embedded into its face, so that it could see. And we summoned the sorcerer Charming, and bade him bestow upon the flask the mantle of magic. And this was done. For goodness, it will return good. For evil, it will bring death.
It began commonly enough. Chris and Pat Redfield and I had dropped into an art dealer's shop on the avenue. I don't know what made us go in. I think it's mere circumstance. There was an auction going on.
Going once, going twice, 3 times and gone. Sold to the lady in the brown fur coat.
Oh, that was a bargain, Chris, a real bargain.
I don't know, maybe. I wonder what'll be up next.
Probably an old bed warmer. We might as well leave. I don't think there's anything here we'd be interested in, Pat.
Oh, just a few more minutes, Chris.
But we'll be late for... Oh, all right, Pat, but just a few minutes.
Oh, now there's a husband for you.
May I ask for your attention once more, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Now I ask you to look at the object in front of me. It's a flask, a silver flask, perhaps tarnished a trifle, but silver nonetheless. How old this object is, no one has been able to ascertain. How it came into the possession of this company is a mystery, but the workmanship is definitely Oriental. For a collector's item, it would be perfect.
I like the
Now,
look
who
of
will
that.
start the bidding on
I
this
think I will.
valuable piece of art? Come, ladies and gentlemen, who will be the first to make a bid on the silver flask?
Go ahead, Chris.
$10.
$10. The man in the blue overcoat bids $10. Do I hear 15? 15.
20.
$20 for the silver flask before me. $20 is the bid. Do I hear 25? 25.
30.
50.
No, Chris.
$50 is the bid. $50. Do I hear more? $50 is the bid. Going once. $50 going twice. $50 for the third time. Sold to Mr. Henry Stebbins.
Come on, let's get out of here.
All right, Chris.
You really wanted that flask, didn't you, Chris?
Yes, I don't know why, though.
Oh, it just caught your eye, that's all, darling.
Excuse me. Pardon me, please. Will you let me go through?
Look, Chris, there's the man who outbid you.
Oh, he seems to be coming over here.
He's waving to us.
I wonder what he wants.
Please, madam, will you let me by? Thank you. Excuse me, sir. I couldn't help but notice you bidding against me. I'm terribly sorry that only one of us could own the silver flask.
Oh, it's perfectly all right.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Stebbins, Henry Stebbins. I'm retired now, you see, and my hobby is collecting unusual art objects. Your name is...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Stebbins. This is Larry Reardon. How do you do? My wife, Pat Redfield.
How do you do?
And Chris is mine.
Really? I'm very pleased to meet you, all of you, you know. Are you by any chance interested in collecting art objects, Mr. Redfield?
I have an interest. I'm not a collector.
Mr. Reardon?
I'm afraid I'm in the same category as Chris.
I see. Well, I was wondering. I do have a rather good collection, you know, and I hope you won't think it presumptuous, but it's so infrequent that one meets people who are interested in the same things as he. Why don't you, all of you, come to dinner at my house next week? Say Monday?
Why, of course, Mr. Stebbins, we'd be delighted.
Here's my card. You will come, won't you? I'm sure you'll find it very interesting.
The following Monday, we went to Henry Stebbins' house. He seemed quite wealthy, for the house was large and lavishly furnished. After the meal, he showed us his collection, pausing finally when he came to the Silver Flask.
As you can see, the flask is a bit different, shall we say, from when you saw it last.
Why, it's as bright as a new coin.
Like stone in the center. It wasn't there when I saw it at the auction.
Oh, yes, it was. It had been covered over by a thin layer of silver. I noticed the imperfection and took it off. Underneath was the diamond.
Are you serious?
Are you sure it's a diamond?
Oh, quite sure, Mr. Redfield. You see, the Silver Flask has quite a history. It's really very ancient.
How old is it?
Oh, at least 3,000 years, possibly more. It's a relic of the Yuan dynasty, lost for over 2 centuries.
How do you know these facts, Mr. Stebbins?
I've been watching for the flask for several years. Many times I was sure I'd found it, but needless to say, I was disappointed. At last, however, it's in my possession. Would you like to know some of its history?
Oh,
yes,
very
much.
All right, then. It was first ordered made by the Chinese Emperor Yu Zhuan, made for him by the sorcerer Zhao Ming, who also was responsible for a certain jade dagger I would like to possess. Zhao Ming bestowed this magic upon it. For goodness, it would return good, and for evil, it would bring death. The flask was in the family of Yu Zhuan for many generations. However, 100 years after it was first made, the last of the Zhuans was emperor. A member of his court plotted against him. Strangely enough, the original motivation was possession of the Silver Flask. But the night he came to steal the flask...
Who dares enter Emperor's bedchamber? Who is in here? What do you want? Where are you? It is so dark my eyes cannot see.
It is pity you not see dagger which brings you death.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Silver Flask.
Our eyes were upon Stebbins as he talked. Yet we saw not the man before us, but the scene which his words conjured up in our minds. Is this story true, Mr. Stebbins?
Every word of it, Mr. Reardon.
Is that all to the story?
Oh, no, not at all. There's a good deal more to it. A good deal.
I'd like to hear the rest of the story.
You're sure I'm not boring you?
No.
All right, then. Let me see. Where was I?
The Emperor had just been murdered.
Oh, yes. What had originally started as a covetous fascination about the Silver Flask resulted in the murder of the last of the Zhuans. The killer knew of the supposed magical properties of the flask, yet he thought it only legend, with no true significance. He took the Silver Flask with him when he left the side of the murdered Emperor. No one knew of the Emperor's death. When the killer retired for the night, he put the Silver Flask next to his bed. But he was unable to get to sleep, and his gaze was drawn to the diamond in the flask, the all-seeing eye that Zhao Ming had given it. It began to glow and shine in the darkness, becoming a thing alive. The killer watched it in horrible fascination. And then he heard a voice.
And so it is that the prophecy of Zhao Ming shall be fulfilled. For the evil committed, your reward is death.
And from the mouth of the flask poured a crawling white frog which became dense, and then assumed the size and shape of a demon of the night, and it reached its hands toward his throat.
Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
So perished the killer of the last of the Zhuans.
It's a rather fantastic story.
Fantastic? Perhaps. The pattern has been repeated many times since, and perhaps it will be again.
There is something quite fascinating about it.
Yes, Mr. Redfield. Quite fascinating.
Of course, all that happened many years ago. I don't believe it's actually true. It's probably like so many other legends that change during the passage of the centuries. Endows a person or object with supernatural power, even though what actually occurred originally was nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, that's quite possible, Mr. Reardon. But as a collector of these objects and their histories, I much rather prefer to believe the legend, as you call it.
Chris?
What?
Oh, you're so quiet. What were you thinking about?
It's really quite fascinating. The flask. I can hardly take my eyes off it.
The evening ended shortly thereafter with another invitation from Henry Stebbins that would return soon. Chris was silent as we drove home, his mind lost in thought, only occasionally joining in the conversation. I knew that he was thinking about the Silver Flask. I was inclined to think of the story Henry Stebbins had told us as coming from a man who was highly nervous, a man who, because of his loneliness and preoccupation with himself, would read into the slightest glance a willingness to commit murder. 3 days later, Pat Redfield dropped into my office.
I hope you don't mind my coming in to see you like this, Larry.
Oh, of course not, Pat. It's a pleasure. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, how did you...
With a look on your face. What's bothering you?
It's Chris.
Chris?
That's right, Larry. I know it's a strange term to use, but for the last 3 days he seems like a man possessed. Even at night when he's asleep, he has a nightmare. He talks and screams out.
When did this start?
That night we'd seen Henry Stebbins. I can't understand most of his words, but every once in a while I hear him say something about the Silver Flask. He seems to be struggling with someone or something. I just don't know. I'm so worried. I can't even think.
Oh, it's a story that Stebbins told us.
I know, but there must be some truth to it, Larry. Look at the tremendous fascination the Silver Flask holds for Chris. Sometimes I even think he'd be willing to kill Stebbins just to get his hands on it.
In the evenings, I took to parking my car across the street from Stebbins' house to see who his callers might be. About a week after Pat had been to my office, I'd been parked across from his house for several hours. It was almost midnight, and I was on the point of starting my car and driving home, when on my side of the street, about half a block away, I saw a familiar figure walking towards me. He walked slowly, like a man in a trance. His head turned so that his eyes were on Stebbins' house. Chris? What are you doing out here, Chris?
I might ask you the same question.
Been waiting for you.
Why me? Why not someone else?
Because no one else has an interest in the Silver Flask.
Has Pat been talking to you?
Not recently.
Then you know all about it, don't you, Larry? That I want the Silver Flask, that I'm going to get it now, tonight.
No, you're not, Chris.
Yes, I am, Larry. Now, get out of my way.
That knife back in your pocket, you fool.
It's pretty, isn't it? Just press a button and the blade snaps open. Out of my way.
You're not going anywhere with that knife.
No, we'll see about that. Oh, you asked for it, Larry. Let go of my arm.
Drop that knife. Drop it. Drop it.
All right.
That's better. Take this little thing. Now get into the car.
Oh, I'll get into the car, all right, Larry. I won't make any fuss about that. You think you're doing me a favor by stopping me. I don't. Maybe my chance is lost tonight, but I'll get another. Don't worry about that. There isn't anything that's going to stand in my way. Not you, not Pat, most certainly not Stebbins. I'd even commit murder to get that Silver Flask.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Silver Flask.
Chris was quiet and sullen as I drove him home. He didn't say a word to me all the while we were together. I watched him enter the front door of his house, and I drove back to my apartment. When I got there, I called Henry Stebbins.
Hello?
Mr. Stebbins, this is Larry Reardon.
Oh, yes.
You'd better make sure that your house is locked up tight from now on.
Your friend?
Yes. I've been watching the front of your house for several nights. Tonight, about midnight, I saw Chris. I think he intended to break in.
I'll be careful. Thanks for calling.
In the morning, for some reason, Henry Stebbins phoned first the Redfields and then me, and asked us to come to dinner that night. I couldn't understand his line of reasoning unless he enjoyed playing a cat and mouse game with Chris. Pat didn't want to go, but Chris insisted, and promptly at 7 we were at Stebbins' house. We finished the meal and adjourned to the library.
I'd like to see your collection again, Mr. Stebbins.
Oh, I'll be glad to show it to you. Would you two like to come with us?
No, I'll stay here if you don't mind.
So will I.
All right. Then just you and I'll go to see it, Chris.
Suits me.
We'll be back in a little while.
I wonder if we should have let him go alone.
Chris won't try anything while we're here, Pat.
I hope you're right.
Besides, I'm sure that Stebbins can protect himself.
Oh, I'm worried about him, Larry. Chris has changed some. When we're alone, he never says anything anymore. He just doodles on a scratch pad with a pencil. Always draws the same picture.
The Silver Flask?
Yes. I think something's wrong with his mind.
Oh, I don't think it's any...
Just a minute, Mr. Redfield.
Where is it? Where's the Silver Flask?
Come on, Pat. We shouldn't have let him go alone.
I figured it would be best to put the flask away. I know it disturbs you quite strongly.
I could kill you,
Oh,
Stebbins.
Stop them, Larry.
Don't worry.
Now, stay away from me, Redfield.
You'd be better off dead.
No.
All right, now. Stop it. Stop it, both of you. He knew I wanted to see the flask. He hid it on purpose.
Thought it would be the wisest thing to do.
Oh, Chris, how could you do such a thing?
Let's just forget this ever happened.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to do that, you know. I really don't mean to gloat, Mr. Redfield, but I have the Silver Flask and you haven't, and I know you wanted it.
Why,
you see, that's why I hid it from you. After all, as long as you don't know where it is, my life is safe. Isn't that right?
Stebbins was right, of course. As long as Chris didn't know the whereabouts of the Silver Flask, Stebbins' life would be safe. But if Chris knew where it was with his overpowering obsession to own it and Stebbins stood in the way, his life would mean nothing to Chris. But Chris had told me that he wouldn't stop, even at murder.
And so it was that you caused the Silver Flask to be made. And he summoned the sorcerer Charming, and bade him bestow upon the flask the mantle of magic. And this was done.
2 days later, I was home in the apartment. I sat down with a good book, and it was about 11 o'clock when the phone rang. Yes?
Oh, Larry, this is Pat. You'd better go over to the Stebbins house right away.
Why?
Chris came home this evening. Sat and fidgeted all night long, and then about 15 minutes ago, he muttered something about the Silver Flask and ran out of the house.
You think he was going to see Stebbins?
Yes, I think so. You have to hurry over there, Larry, before he does anything.
Have you called Stebbins?
Yes, I warned him. But Chris might do anything. Go over there, Larry. See that there's nothing wrong. I have the strangest feeling that Stebbins is going to die tonight.
At last the time had come. I knew it would, sooner or later. Chris had to be stopped from entering that house at all costs. I hopped into my car and drove over to Stebbins' place as quickly as I could. Within 15 minutes, I was knocking on his front door.
Oh, I'm glad you came, Larry.
Pat phoned you, didn't she?
Yes, I'm sorry I took so long coming through the door, but I was looking out the front window to see who it was. Come in. It's strange what power the Silver Flask has, Larry.
You should never have invited him back here after I told you what had happened.
We might as well go into the library.
You know, I think you better call the police.
You think it's that serious?
Yes.
I'll call from the library.
Is your house secure?
Oh, yes. Everything's locked and bolted. Sit down, won't you? I'll phone the police.
Stebbins, the flask still hidden?
What? Oh, no. It's over there on the table. Perhaps the police can send a man out and you'll be able to go home. Oh, hello? My name is Henry Stebbins. I have good reason to believe that someone is going to make an attempt on my life tonight. What? Name? Chris Redfield. He's wanted something of mine for some time. He'll do anything to get it. Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll have a man out here in 15 minutes.
I didn't tell you that Chris had a knife the night he came here to kill you, did I?
No, you didn't.
Well, that's funny. Still have it with me.
Well, we'll give it to the police when they get here.
Yes, I'm sure they'll find it.
What?
The knife. I'm sure the police will find it.
What do you mean?
This is Chris's knife. You should never have been afraid of him, Mr. Stebbins. Chris would never really kill you.
But I would. Stay away from me.
I can't do that. You see, Stebbins, everything fits in perfectly now. You've warned the police against Chris. They'll find his knife. They'll never suspect me.
You're insane.
No, far from it. I merely want the Silver Flask.
The curse. Don't forget the curse.
Who believes in curses, Mr. Stebbins?
Don't come any closer.
Just close enough. Ah!
Good night, Mr. Stebbins. I have the Silver Flask. It stands in the dresser next to my bed. The diamond shines so in the dark. It seems almost to be getting brighter. I imagine the police are looking for Chris right. The diamond is getting brighter. And there's something else. The sound. Like the sound of escaping air. There's something here in this room with me.
And so it was that your charm caused the Silver Flask to be made. Small and thin it was, with a diamond embedded into its face, so that it could see. And he summoned the sorcerer Charming and bade him bestow upon the flask the mantle of magic. And this was done. For goodness it will return good, for evil it will bring death.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, Notebook on Murder, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
the light by your bed, Cora. There, now, what's all the racket about? Well, stop crying and tell me what it is.
There was someone in my room.
Oh, you've been dreaming.
No. I woke up and heard my door creaking open. I could feel it. There was someone standing in my room, and then I heard them run down the stairs after I called out. Hubert, you've got to go downstairs and look.
Well, of course I'll look, but you don't think there's going to be anyone in the house after all your screaming, do you?
Oh, Hubert, wait a minute. I'm going with you.
You better stay right in bed, Cora.
No, I'm afraid.
You said you heard someone go downstairs.
I know, but I won't stay here alone.
All right, come on. I think you just had a nightmare.
Oh, no.
That's a nice way to wake a guy up out of a sound sleep. All the screaming.
Oh, you'd have screamed, too.
Well, not much. I tried to nab whoever it was.
Oh, careful, Hubert. The burglar may have a gun.
I can't find the light switch here in the living room.
I'll get it. What? Look. The rug is kicked up. Someone was in here. And look. The things on the table have all been disturbed.
Yeah.
Hubert, where are you going?
Well, to look through the house.
Oh, wait for me. Hubert. The dining room window.
I see it. Well, by George.
I came in through the dining room window.
Well, it should have been locked.
I thought it was. I haven't had these windows open for ages, not since I've been home.
Well, I'll be...
Where are you going?
Why, to phone the police. There sure has been someone in this house.
Looks like they used this window for entrance and escape, all right. Hal, find any footprints outside the window?
No, not a darn one.
Well, maybe they didn't use the window.
Well, there's a cement drive outside this window. It's possible they could have stepped on the cement both entering and leaving.
We'll take fingerprints of the window. Now, let's see, a few questions. You were the only one who heard the noise, Mrs. Armour?
Yes. I heard the door to my bedroom open slowly, then close, and then someone running downstairs.
And the first thing you heard?
My wife screaming.
How far is your room from hers?
Just across the hall.
Are you a sound sleeper, Mr. Armour?
Well, I guess so. I rarely wake up during the night.
And you, Mrs. Armour?
I don't sleep so well. You see, I've been ill and in the hospital. I'm not well at all.
There now, Cora, everything's all right. My wife had a nervous breakdown recently, officer.
Oh, I see. Well, just a few more questions, and then we'll let you go back to bed. Any valuables in the house?
No valuables exactly. I usually have quite a bit of money on me.
Why is that?
I don't bank anymore. Cash my salary checks, and what I don't put into bonds, I use to pay bills.
How about tonight?
Oh, the money's safe in my room.
How do you know, Hubert?
Oh, silly, I looked when you yelled burglar.
Who knows that you carry a good sum of money around with you, Armour?
Oh, I don't know. Some of the boys around the office, I guess. I may have mentioned it in the bar.
You got those fingerprints, Hal?
All set.
No, we won't disturb you any more tonight. Obviously, there's no one here now. They didn't get anything this time, and they may not disturb you again.
Oh, I hope not. It was awful. My nerves can't stand it.
Go back and get a good night's rest. That is, what's left of it. You won't have any visitors again tonight. Good morning, Mrs. Armour. Remember me?
Oh, yes. You're one of the policemen who was here last night.
Mind if I come in? I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, no, come in. I was just out in the kitchen finishing up the breakfast dishes.
Well, then we'll go out there. I can talk to you while you work. Did you sleep after we left?
Well, yes, sir, I did. And you know, this morning I can't remember much of what happened last night.
That's all?
But I don't remember things well at all. Not since I've been sick. Lots of times things are foggy with me.
How long were you in the hospital, Mrs. Armour?
Let's see. It was a long time, over a month, I guess.
What brought on your illness, Mrs. Armour?
Well, sir, I don't know exactly.
Were you unhappy?
Yes, sir, I was.
What about?
Well, Hubert got so he didn't pay any attention to me.
That's so? Stayed out a lot nights?
Yes, he did. He was never home. But since I've been in the hospital, he's been wonderful to me. Kind and good and home every night.
Oh, came to his senses, did he?
Yes, sir. There's been a great change in Hubert.
That's good.
Yes. I feel like I can get well now. Of course, the burglar coming has upset me. Coming into my room like that and standing there in the darkness. Hubert said that if it wasn't for that window being open in the dining room, we might just think of it as a bad dream I had.
Well, Mrs. Armour, we're going to keep an eye on the house. And we want you to help us.
All right. What do you want me to do?
If you see any strange persons hanging around here in the daytime or night, you call the 4th Street station and report it. Now, here's the telephone number. Or anything strange that happens. You remember and tell us.
Sure, I will. The best I can.
You know, it might be a good thing, Mrs. Armour, if you wrote things down in a notebook, as long as you can't recall things very well.
Oh, what should I write down?
Oh, anything odd that happens. And what's more, Mrs. Armour, you keep this notebook a secret, just between you and me. Think you could do this?
Why, sure, I guess so.
Not even tell your husband?
I could keep it from him.
Good. Now, let's see. Suppose you keep these notes under the mattress of your bed. Only you and I will know that they're there. Write down anything you want to, and keep it for me.
There was a peddler at the door this afternoon. He had funny eyes. I thought he might be the burglar come back again. Didn't let him in. He went to Mrs. Joyce's next door. She didn't let him in either. Hubert read to me tonight about a burglary on the south side of town. This burglar got in through a window, too, the basement window. He took money and silverware. We haven't got any good silverware. It's 15 minutes to 12, midnight. I just woke up, and I'm scared. Awful scared. I'm writing in this notebook because I've sort of got accustomed to doing it. And it steadies my nerves a little. I've been writing in it for a couple of weeks now. But the policeman called Hal hasn't been around to see it. Maybe it's because I haven't called or had anything to tell him. But I'm scared tonight. It was at supper that Hubert said.
You aren't frightened of burglars anymore, are you, Cora?
Sometimes I'm afraid of him coming back again.
Oh, fiddlesticks. There won't be any more disturbance after all this time has passed.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Of course I am. Well, anyhow, I have to go out tonight.
Oh, Hubert.
Now, don't cloud up and cry, baby. No one's going to hurt you. What's more, we'll see that all the windows are locked and the doors.
Why do you have to go out, Hubert?
A buyer. Boss asked me to see him tonight.
I'm afraid. Terribly afraid.
Now, listen, there's nothing to be afraid of. Before I go, I'll see that you're safely tucked in your bed. Well, you were complaining before supper about being tired. So you can take a little sleeping pill and go to bed early. Then I'll lock all the doors, and you'll be as safe as a bug in a rug. What's more, I'm going to be home early. I told the boss I couldn't leave my wife for too long a time.
So Hubert got me all fixed up. And after taking the pill, I did fall asleep. But a little while ago, something must have woke me up. It's exactly 12, and Hubert isn't home yet. I know because I just called out and he didn't answer me. It must have been about 10 or 15 minutes ago that I woke up and heard something outside my room. there would be one step. And then a long pause. And then another. For a minute, I was so scared I couldn't even breathe. Somehow I just seemed to know that whoever was coming down the hall was coming to my room. And for me. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. Just sort of paralyzed with fear. And then I got brave enough to reach out and turn on my bed lamp. The person must have been real close to my room when the light went on. There was one more step. And then they stopped. Officer Hal, as true as I'm writing, they stopped right outside my door. I heard a board creak. Then all was very, very still. For almost years, it seemed. And then I heard, very quietly, as if someone was tiptoeing, footsteps leaving my room. The light has frightened them away. Oh, I'm so certain that it was someone coming for me, but what am I going to do? I'm too truly afraid to go downstairs and phone for the police. I'm going to call out to Hubert again. Hubert? Hubert? No, Hubert isn't home yet. Or perhaps whoever has come into this house has done something to Hubert. Hubert! What if they've killed my Hubert? Oh, officer, writing in this notebook doesn't give me strength enough to leave my room and find out. Wait, I hear something. There's someone outside my door. I know it. Someone just moved outside my door. I'm going to hide this notebook under the mattress like you told me to do, and then I shall scream out the window for help.
Just after Cora Armour puts the notebook under the mattress, she goes to the window, opens it, and is ready to scream for help. The door to her bedroom opens, and she calls out in terror as she sees a man standing there with a gun in his hand. One pleading cry, and then... Cora Armour has been shot, murdered. Will the police be able to find her assassin? Eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. We hear a key turn in the door. The door unlocks, swings open, and closes. Then the light switch is clicked on. Hubert Armour stands in the hallway of his home. He steps over to the mirror hanging in the wall. He looks himself over carefully, brushes his hair with his hands. Now he looks at the stairs leading up to Cora's room. He pauses for a few seconds. Then he walks into the living room, turns on the lamp beside his chair, sits down. From his pocket, takes the early morning edition of the paper, scans it. dropping the paper all around his chair. Now he rises, turns off the lamp, walks into the hall. He calls Cora's name.
Cora! Cora, you awake?
Naturally, there's no answer. For Cora lies murdered in a bedroom. A large red stain soaking the carpet on the floor. The blood is dripping slowly. Slowly, a crimson pool is collecting there. Hubert calls again.
Cora! Cora, I'm home.
And now he looks about him into the darkened room leading off from the hallway. Now there's a startled look of apprehension, fear on his face as he begins to mount the stairs.
Cora, you awake?
Hubert pauses outside the door, just as the murderer did only a little time before. He listens, and now his hand reaches out for the doorknob.
Cora! Cora! She's dead. Blood. She's dead. Dead! Operator, get me police headquarters, please. Hello, police headquarters. This is Hubert Armour, 97864 Crawford Street. Come at once. Hurry, it's my wife. She's been murdered.
All right, Armour. Suppose you tell your story over again, just as you told it before. Now, you left the house when?
At 7:30, officer.
And where did you go then?
I went directly to the office where I was to meet Mrs. Davis.
Was she there when you arrived?
Oh, yes, sir. She was waiting in her car outside the office building.
And this was approximately at what time?
Well, I think it must have been about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Mrs. Davis will be able to verify this?
Oh, yes, of course, officer. Well, why are you grilling me so carefully? That isn't going to help us find out who killed my wife.
Go on with your story.
Well, I suggested to Mrs. Davis that we drop into the Greenbrier Club to discuss her insurance policy, and she agreed.
Yes? Go on.
So we left her car standing near the office, and she got into mine, and we drove to the Greenbrier Club.
The doorman took care of your car?
Yes, sir, and you'll remember that. Well, you can check all of this that I'm telling you.
We will. Go on.
Well, there isn't any more to tell. We sat there and talked, had a bite to eat.
What time did you leave the club?
Well, a little after 10, I think.
Then what did you do?
Well, I took Mrs. Davis over to her car.
Then?
I drove straight home, put the car in the garage.
What time did you get home, Mr. Armour?
I didn't look at my watch, but it must have been a little after 11.
But you didn't call us about the murder of your wife until 20 minutes after midnight. Why was that?
I didn't know my wife was murdered, officer. I called out to her when I came home, but she seemed to be sleeping. She'd taken a sleeping pill before I left tonight, so naturally I thought she was still asleep.
So what did you do then?
I went into the living room with a paper, sat there and read a while. All the while until I went upstairs and discovered my wife's murder. I don't know what time it was I called you.
We know.
And we know other things, Hubert Armour. We know at what time your wife was murdered. She told us.
What do you mean she told you?
She told us just as much as if she were alive now.
But I don't understand what you're driving at.
No? And when your wife told us at what time she was murdered, she also told us who murdered her.
Who? Who did it?
You were very clever, Hubert Armour, from the very start, when you planned this crime. When you called us here to hunt for a burglar who was no one but yourself.
That's a lie.
You built this thing up slowly. Tonight you carefully accounted for your time up till 11 o'clock. The remainder of your alibi was weak. It might have been strong enough if Cora Armour had not left us a notebook on crime.
What?
I asked her to keep a notebook, to tell me all the strange things that happened in this house. She did. She kept it faithfully. Midnight tonight, you, according to her own writing, were not home. She called out to you, but you didn't answer. But you were here. You came in. You crept to the door of her room. You lost your nerve. You came back at midnight, shot her, left the house to dispose of the gun, returned, sat down on your chair and looked at a paper, then went upstairs to look in her room and to report her murder. Yes, Armour, you had it all planned very carefully. But you didn't reckon with Cora Armour's notebook.
There's someone outside my door. I know it. Someone just moved outside my door. I'm going to hide this notebook under the mattress like you told me to do. and then I shall scream out the window for help.
You heard the scream, didn't you, Hubert Armour? You heard it?
No, I didn't.
You heard the scream, all right. She made it when you opened the door, when you lifted the gun to fire on her.
She didn't scream. She just called out, "Don't, please." I admit it, I killed her. She was a stone around my neck, nagging, never well. I hated her. I wanted freedom.
She wasn't well because she feared you, Hubert. She feared you all the while. It was fear that sent her down to a sanitarium. In her heart, Cora Armour feared death at your hands. And yet, without her notebook, you might have gone free of the crime of murdering her.
Did a notebook kept by a woman right up until the second of her death bring a murderer to justice. A notebook which spoke as strongly as if Cora had returned from the spirit world to point her finger at the guilty one. Yes, turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds strange and terrible beyond belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. The strange tale of a dying man told on his deathbed. A story of madness and horror. A tale called Out of the Past. Here is the tale, Out of the Past, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book.
It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Helen Morgan has just received the afternoon mail. As she's about to look at it, her husband Gerald enters their luxurious suite.
Hello, beautiful. How's my one and only?
Oh, hello, darling. Oh, Gerald. No wonder every actress wants to have you for her leading man.
Nonsense. I'll have you know the only person I kiss like that is my wife.
You'd better say that. How was the matinee today?
Fine. I got 7 curtain calls. I see the afternoon mail came. Anything for me?
Yes, there's one letter for me and one for you.
Thanks, dear. Mine's a bill from the hotel management. Darling, we're living beyond our means.
Oh, now, Gerald, you're not going to start that again, are you? Why, we have over $500,000 in our joint account.
I've told you a dozen times, darling, I won't touch that money. It's yours, not mine.
Gerald, it isn't a question of it being yours or mine. It's ours.
Helen, I made it clear to you when we got married that we'd have to live on the money I earn.
Oh, all right, Gerald. I wonder who my letter can be from.
Helen, what is it?
For a moment, as Helen stared at the letter in her hand, she felt as if her heart had stopped. Then it began to beat again wildly, as though it would burst. Over and over, she read the few lines in the letter. A friend from England expects you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the Hotel Edgewood. Please bring $25,000 in cash, or else I shall be forced to take action. John Benedict. Helen fought to suppress a cry of fear as the specter of her past returned in one overwhelming moment. From a great distance, she seemed to hear Gerald calling.
Helen, what is it? What's wrong, darling? I said, what's wrong? You look so upset. Is it that letter you're reading?
Letter? Oh, no.
Then if it isn't the letter, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing, darling, nothing at all. It's just I have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you something?
No, Gerald, I'll be all right. All I need is a little rest.
Helen noticed the worried look in Gerald's eyes and strove to act natural. That night she lay awake hour after hour, staring at the ceiling, seeing the words of the letter before her, the letter that reached out for her from the terrifying past. The next day, after Gerald had left the apartment, Helen ordered a cab. 20 minutes later, she rushed into the office of Martin Walker, her attorney.
Martin, you must help me. I'm in trouble. Great trouble.
Helen, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Yes.
By whom?
A man named John Benedict. I don't know who he is, but I received a letter from him yesterday afternoon.
Well, there's only one thing to do, and that's to go to the police.
Oh, no, I can't go to the police.
Why not?
This man Benedict knows something I can't afford to have exposed.
What does he know, Helen?
Oh, please don't ask me, Martin. I can't tell you. But believe me, if it ever gets out, it would ruin my marriage. My life. I couldn't stand to lose Gerald. I couldn't. I'd rather die.
No, please, Helen, don't cry. You know there isn't anything I wouldn't do to help you. But as I see it, your only chance is to go to the police.
No, I can't. It would ruin everything. Oh, Martin, if you really wanted to help me, you'd do as I ask you. I've got to buy him off.
All right, Helen. I think you're making a mistake, but I'll help you. How much money does this Benedict want?
At 2 o'clock that afternoon, an hour after Helen had withdrawn $25,000 from the bank, Martin and she entered a small, dingy hotel on a side street. Following the hotel clerk's instructions, they climbed one flight of stairs and walked down a long, dark hallway to room 14.
Come in.
As Martin opened the door, revealing a squalid and dimly lit room, Helen saw for the first time John Benedict. He was a large man with coarse features and a thick black beard. In the half-light, he appeared to be about 50. His clothes were of a fine English cut, but time and wear had taken their toll. He stared at Helen for a moment, then spoke.
How do you do, Mrs. Morgan? Won't you please come in?
Thank you. This is Mr. Walker, my attorney.
Yes, of course. How do you do, sir? I'm very pleased to meet you.
I'm afraid I can't say as much.
Yes. I trust you'll forgive me these dismal surroundings, but alas, I'm quite penniless.
So you thought it would be an excellent idea to blackmail this lady for funds?
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Walker. I'm not forcing this beautiful lady to give me £5,000. Rather, I'm, shall we say, requesting a loan.
Yes, but if she doesn't give you this loan, you'll ruin her marriage, her life.
It would distress me to ruin anyone's life. But then it also distresses me to live in a pigsty like this.
A much more suitable place would be the state penitentiary.
Martin, please don't talk like that.
Evidently, Mrs. Morgan, your friend is more interested in having me placed in prison than in saving you from disaster. I'm afraid you haven't revealed our little secret to Mr. Walker, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, perhaps if we were to tell him, he wouldn't be quite so eager to imprison me. Perhaps if he knew that at one time you had...
No, don't say any more. I'll pay you.
Allow me to commend you on your good judgment.
Martin, give him the money. Give it to him.
Very well. Here's your filthy blood money.
Thank you. I think you've been very wise, Mrs. Morgan. Very wise indeed. Good day.
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. In the days that followed Helen's payment of money, the money Mr. Benedict demanded, she tried unsuccessfully to forget him and the terrifying secret he shared with her. Life for Helen became tense, watchful, frightening. Then one afternoon, while Gerald was at a rehearsal of a new play, she received another call. A call that sent her in panic to Martin Walker's office.
Martin, I've heard from him again.
Who? Benedict?
Yes, he phoned an hour ago. He wants $50,000.
$50,000? Now maybe you'll have sense enough, Helen, to let me turn this over to the police.
No, I can't do that.
You can't? You mean you're going to buy him off a second time?
Yes, I must.
But you can't, Helen, you can't. What's to prevent his extorting money from you a third and a fourth time? He'll squeeze you dry.
The money doesn't matter, do you hear? Nothing matters but keeping what Benedict knows from Gerald. If he finds out, it will mean the end of everything for me. Everything.
An hour later, Martin and Helen alighted from an elevator at the 23rd floor of the Hotel Bellevue. They walked down the large, luxurious hallway to Suite 23C.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. Oh, I see you brought Mr. Walker. And I was counting on a pleasant afternoon. May I take your coat?
No, thank you.
Benedict, what do you mean by asking for $50,000 now? We paid you $25,000. That was supposed to keep your mouth shut.
Well, it has, up to now. However, now I need more money.
Well, you shan't have it. There's a limit to what anyone will pay.
Quite true, Mr. Walker, but the limit hasn't been reached, as yet. Mrs. Morgan is very much in love with her husband and would pay considerable more to keep him from learning what I know.
He must never know.
Oh, you swine. If I had my way, I'd call the police and put you where you belong.
A week passed. A week which found Helen living in a fearful nightmare. A nightmare from which she couldn't escape. Every time anyone knocked at the door or the phone rang, her heart began to beat wildly.
Who was that who just phoned, Gerald?
It was a theater. They wanted to make sure I hadn't forgotten today's special performance.
Oh.
Helen?
Yes?
What is it, darling? What's come over you?
Come over me?
Yes, this past week you've been just a bundle of nerves. Every time the phone rings or the mail arrives, you begin to tremble. What's wrong?
Oh, you're just imagining all that, dear.
Helen, stop acting as though I were a child. I can see something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Please, Gerald, there's nothing wrong. Who could that be?
Never mind, I'll get it.
No, Gerald.
Just sit where you are and rest.
Yes, but Oh, why doesn't he come back? What's taking him so long? Gerald, who is it? Gerald!
Helen, what is it? Why did you scream like that?
I didn't scream. Who was it at the door?
It was just a bellhop. He brought this special delivery letter for you.
A special delivery letter?
Yes, here it is.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it? After all, it's a special delivery.
Yes, of course.
I never saw anyone so afraid of a letter. Who's it from? Anything wrong?
No, nothing. Nothing.
Don't tell me that. You look as though you were going to collapse. Here, let me see that letter.
No.
I said give it to me. There. That's better. Perhaps this letter will tell me what's wrong. What? It's only one sentence. I will phone you at 2. There isn't even a signature. Who wrote this note, Helen?
I don't know.
You must know. Else why would you have gone so pale? I'll phone you at 2. It's almost 2 now. I'll wait for that call.
Please, Gerald, you must have faith in me.
All these weeks I've had faith. Said nothing. Hoped you'd tell me what was wrong. Now I must find out for myself. Well, right on time. It's just 2 o'clock.
Gerald, please don't answer it.
Take your hand off that phone, Helen.
No, I won't let you answer it.
I said take your hand off that phone.
No, Gerald, please.
Hello? 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 No answer. Whoever called hung up when he heard my voice. I suppose you still won't tell me who it is. All right, then. I have to leave for a matter now. But when I return, we'll have this thing out once and for all.
Please, Gerald, I just can't tell you. If you'd only believe me.
Goodbye, Helen.
Oh, darling. Oh, if only I could tell you. If only I could, but I know you wouldn't want me then. How could you? It would you? Oh, the phone. It must be he again. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan.
You promised you'd leave me alone, that I'd never hear from you again. That was only a week ago.
Yes, I know. But then I'm always making promises I can't keep.
What do you want? I'm tired of your playing cat and mouse with me.
I should like you to call on me at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
If it's money you're after, I won't pay you another cent. Not another cent, you hear? There's no end to your demand.
Ah, but there is, dear lady. I assure you that this is the last time you'll ever hear from me or see me.
If I could only believe that. But that's what you promised the last time. I won't be tricked again. I'm not coming, do you hear? I'm not coming.
I shall expect you at 5. And don't bring Walker.
No, I won't be there. I won't. Hello. Hello. Hello! Hello!
Come in, Mrs. Morgan. You're right on time. It's just 5. It's good to see you without that bounder Walker around.
If I gave you money now, how do I know you won't be asking for more in another week?
Oh, that's very simple. Because after you pay me off this time, there won't be any point in my bothering you again.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Morgan, that this time I want $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, that's what your balance is. Don't you see, once you've paid it over to me, there'd be no point in my bothering you any more, as you wouldn't have any money left. Simple, isn't it?
Oh, you must be mad.
I? Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan, not I. Come now, you love your husband and he loves you. There are years and years of happiness before you. If he doesn't learn your little secret, if you're wise, you'll turn the money over to me.
But I can't. I can't. My husband and I have the money in a joint account. If I were to withdraw $500,000, he'd know about it at once.
Ah, but there's always a chance that he won't find out. But if you don't do as I ask, I assure you he will.
Oh, no. No.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1934, you murdered your sweetheart.
I won't listen. I won't listen.
But your husband will, and he'll learn that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 7 years in an English insane asylum.
No, you can't tell him. You can't tell him.
But I will. And what do you think your husband will say when he learns his dear wife had murdered a man and spent 7 years in an insane asylum?
No, you can't tell him.
Think of what a sensation the tabloids would make out of it. Your husband will have to divorce you.
No!
So, hinted, have you? That isn't going to help you, Mrs. Morgan.
And now to continue the story as it is written in the sealed book. After Helen Morgan fainted when Benedict threatened to tell her husband of her terrible past unless she paid him $500,000, she lay helpless and stunned in her bed. When Gerald came home that night...
Helen, where are... Why, Martin, Dr. Smith, what are you two doing here? Is anything wrong? Where's Helen?
She's in her room, Gerald.
What's wrong?
She's had a breakdown.
A breakdown?
Yes.
I must see her.
Very well, Gerald. But only for a moment. I'm afraid you'll have to wait out here, Mr. Walker.
I understand, Doctor.
You must be very quiet, Gerald.
Yes, of course. Helen. Darling, how are you? Helen, please speak to me.
I'm not Helen. My name is Grace. Grace Arnold.
Helen, what are you saying?
Yes. Grace Arnold. Grace Arnold.
Doctor, why does she keep saying her name is Grace Arnold? Why doesn't she recognize me?
We must let her rest now, Gerald. Come along.
She doesn't even know me. What's wrong, Doctor?
Come along, Gerald.
Arnold.
Well, how is she, Doctor?
You said she had a breakdown, but she didn't even know me.
Gerald, I'd hoped I'd never have to tell you what I'm going to, but now I must.
Tell me what?
Helen comes from a family which has insanity in its blood.
Insanity?
Yes. For many years, Helen had a fear of becoming insane until, in 1934 in England, she had an unfortunate accident, and as a result, did become insane.
No, that can't be.
It's true, Gerald. I went to England with her father to look after her. She spent the following 7 years in an English nursing home. She was discharged as sane in 1941. Her father had died a short time before, so I brought her home.
She never told me a word about it.
One day she came to my office and asked me if she had any right to marry you. I'm afraid I was being unfair to you when I said yes.
No, you weren't being unfair to me.
You see, I felt that with a person like you at her side, someone strong, someone who loved her, she'd overcome her fear of insanity. During the first 2 months of your marriage, my theory seemed correct. She never looked so well or was so happy.
Well, then what caused her breakdown?
I don't know, Gerald. I suppose she was so happy that she began to fear it couldn't last, that you'd find out about her past. Probably preyed on her mind day and night, leading to this breakdown.
She'd only told me. Why does she keep saying her name is Grace Arnold?
It's a symptom of her illness, Gerald. She's seeking to escape from herself.
Well, there must be something you can do. Will she always be like that?
That's very difficult to say. Naturally, she'll have to go away. She may recover in a year or two, and then again she...
Oh, no. She's so young and beautiful.
You're tired, Gerald. You'd better sit down and rest.
Yes, Gerald, that's an excellent idea. Meanwhile, I must return to Helen. Look after her, Mr. Walker.
All right, Doctor. Well, how do you feel, Gerald?
Tired, if you want to know.
Well, that's only natural. These past 3 weeks have been quite strenuous for you. But with $500,000 and a joint account and a wife who will probably never be in any condition to ask you about it, you've done quite well.
Quite well? That's an understatement. Name one actor, living or dead, who could have given as great a performance of Mr. Benedict as I did.
You were superb as Benedict, I admit.
Superb? I outdid myself. You should have heard me this afternoon. My dear Mrs. Morgan, your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1934, you murdered your sweetheart. And that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 7 years in an English insane asylum.
Shh, Gerald, she'll hear you.
Nonsense. I've broken her once and for all, Martin. Oh, what a pity. I played my greatest role to an audience of 1.
Yes, Gerald, but you were probably the highest paid actor in the world. I'm sure that $500,000 for 3 weeks' work, less my share, of course, is something of a record.
You know, it's really rather a pity, for Helen, that is, that she talks in her sleep. Because if she didn't, I'd never have learned that she once murdered a man and spent 7 years in an insane asylum.
Clever of Gerald, wasn't it? The way he played his wife's love against her. But unfortunately, he never had a chance to enjoy his ill-gotten gains, for 2 weeks later he died as a result of an automobile accident, and on his deathbed confessed to everything. Even after Helen's recovery, which took some time, she was never told the truth about her dear departed husband. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one. Ah, yes. A story about the dark and mysterious Louisiana bayou country, and voodoo in the night, and the water rising in an old mausoleum built underground. A tale called Welcome Home. Be sure to be with us again next time when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
Sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Stilton King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
The young woman's face is of so deathly a pallor, one would think she was no longer alive, were it not for the labored breathing and the occasional moan as she stirs as if to shake the beads of perspiration from her fevered brow. At the bedside are two men. One is clutching a stethoscope. The other gazes at his companion with questioning eyes and says,
Anne, she looks so pitiful, Doctor. Is she going to be all right?
Your wife will be all right now, Mr. King. Her fever is an encouraging sign. It means that she reacted well to the drug. She'll sleep for some hours.
Asleep. Asleep. I want them to think that. I don't want their questions. The why? How can I answer and retain that little bit of sanity I have left? The doctor's right. I'm beginning to sink into a blissful cloud of nothingness. Please let it blot everything out. Everything. Let me forget it all. Even the first day when we were so happy.
Well, this is it, my love. Come on, here you go.
Oh, it's heavenly. Oh, it really is. Especially finding this place all by yourself. Oh, you're so clever, Jolyon.
Mind you, darling, when a friend told me to take over this area, I wasn't overjoyed at the idea.
What about me, who's been your ever-loving wife for exactly 10 months? I'm just getting the house nice and shipshape when this transfer happens.
I wonder who that could be.
One of the firm, probably.
Saturday night. They'll expect me till Monday.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to answer it.
True, my love. Hello. Hello? Hello? The line's dead.
Oh, somebody dialed the wrong number, probably.
Well, they at least might have answered. Oh, I'm famished, darling. Just go and get something to eat.
At this hour? Oh, no, darling. I cooked some of those sausages and things we bought on our way down. It won't take long.
Oh, wonderful. And then for some shut-eye. I'm pretty exhausted after a long drive.
Oh, I bet you are, darling. Food and a nice, long, peaceful sleep.
No. Is it morning, darling? Oh, it's the middle of the night.
Oh, you try to drop off again, I'll answer.
What time is it?
Nearly 3. Oh, boy, there's an extension just by the bed. Oh, go to sleep.
All right.
Yes? Who is it? Hello? Hello? Oh, it's another wrong number.
It isn't another wrong number, Mrs. King. Oh, you are Mrs. King, aren't you?
Yes? What do you want? Why are you phoning at this hour? It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock in the morning. Do you know the song, Mrs. King?
Oh, please, we're very tired. We've driven over 400 miles. Who are you? What have you telephoned us for?
Oh, you'll find out. Soon enough, Mrs. King. You'll find out.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I enjoyed that, darling.
Jolly, and I do believe you could sleep through an earthquake. Didn't you hear anything of that telephone conversation I had in the middle of the night?
Oh, darling, I remember the bell ringing, your answering, and then I dropped off again. Not a wrong number, I suppose?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what is it, darling? I thought you looked a bit subdued this morning. Don't tell me that someone we know telephoned us at that hour.
Darling, there can't be many who know we moved into this flat last night.
Many? Hardly any at all. Why do you ask?
When I answered the phone and asked why someone should ring us at 3 in the morning, the other person on the end of the line said in an evil, sinister, frightening voice, "You'll find out, Mrs. King. You'll find out." And then he put the phone down. But who could it have been, Jolyon? Who could it have been?
Oh, somebody must have heard that we've moved in and drunk enough to play the fool.
At 3 in the morning? Who?
Darling, that nocturnal caller did upset you. All right, I'll take it. Hello? 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 I wish people who ring the wrong number had admitted it and not stay silent. Hello?
Hello, Mr. King?
Yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Masters, Percy Masters. I'm just having a drink here in the club, and Norman Shaw told me you're doing town today. I just want you to know that anything we can do for you or your wife, you've only got to say the word.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
Not a bit. Your firm is one of our best customers.
Well, thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Well, there you see, darling. Just one of our suppliers bidding us welcome. A man named Masters.
Oh, sorry, darling. I admit that cold did make me a bit jumpy. Oh, why don't you go and see your cousin? What's her name?
Oh, darling, I can see them at any time, whereas you, my sweetie...
Oh, I'm all right now, Jolyon. I've got a lot of unpacking to do and things.
Well, they are expecting me to call in. Are you sure it's all right, darling?
Of course. I probably dreamt the whole thing. I'm all right now.
Oh, bless you, dear. I don't do anything I wouldn't do.
All right. Bye, darling.
Bye.
Must have been a long drive or something. I'm getting to be a fussy old hen. Now, Annie King, stop acting like a jittery old spinster and answer that telephone. Hello? Oh, not again. Hello? Hello? Hello?
You didn't think I was going to summon you to the telephone and not respond when you spoke, did you?
Who are you? What do you want?
You're all alone, aren't you?
Please, I don't know who you are, what you want, but...
What I want. That's important, isn't it? Does it matter who I am, as long as my needs coincide with yours? And do you know what I need? You're silent, pretending that you've rung off, but you can't, can you? Because you know that even if you put the receiver down, I shall still be there with you, breathing into your ear, my hand gently caressing that swan-like neck of yours.
You must be mad. I shall tell my husband. I shall tell the police.
Oh, what would you tell them? That I admire your neck? That But I want our personalities to become like two mists of warm sensuality floating towards each other.
Slam down the receiver. And listen. An anonymous caller whose diseased mind finds pleasure in torturing, frightening those he's never met. But we'd been in the flat less than 24 hours. Norman Shaw, Jolyon's local manager. He was the only one who knew we were arriving on Saturday. Oh, no, it seemed impossible that his own colleague... Who should want to molest me? A horrible voice, leering and sneering on the telephone. And then it seemed as though I'd summoned him with my thoughts. Yes? Do you want something?
Oh, I seem to have frightened you. I'm Percy Masters. I was driving home for lunch, and, well, when Norman said you were living here, I thought, why not call? I know it's very early and that sort of thing. Besides, you don't know me, and I might be pretending to be someone that I'm not.
Why did you say that?
Oh, no reason. Look, I realize I've called at an inconvenient moment.
I'm sorry if I seem inhospitable, but my husband's gone to visit some relatives of his and...
Not a bit, I do understand. In fact, it was silly of me to call in the first place.
Oh, no, not really.
Well, when you're settled in, perhaps we'll get better acquainted.
Yes.
The four of us. Kate, my wife, I'm sure she'd like to meet you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Penny for them, darling.
I'm still thinking of that man Masters. Why should he call around here on a Sunday afternoon? After all, he's only a business associate.
Well, we've been over that, my darling. Why are you making so much of it? There's something else on your mind, isn't there?
Yes, darling. I wasn't going to tell you. He telephoned again.
The anonymous caller?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me so in the first place?
I didn't want to worry you.
Well, what was it this time?
Oh, a lot of nonsense. Talked about his hand gently caressing my swan-like neck. Oh, it sounds funny, Jolyon, but it was horrible. You should hear that voice. It was so evil.
Well, I don't think it's at all funny. I should telephone the police. Darling, I feel awful having to go on this trip. I'll be back tomorrow as soon as I can, promise.
Oh, I'll be all right, darling. I'll take the receiver off before I go to bed. Take the receiver off. That's what I promised Jolyon. But I didn't. I don't know why, but how can one assess one's motives with all honesty? Was it because I had lulled myself into a sense of secure belief that the anonymous caller had played his vocal tricks and would now leave me in peace? Or was it some deep subconscious masochistic urge, wanting to be tormented again? Who has the answer to these questions? After Jolyon had left on his business trip, I sat down, pretending a tranquility I did not possess, and commenced to read, but not for long. Yes? Hello? Hello?
I'm back. What are you wearing? Something flimsy, I suppose? Something suitable with which to receive?
What do you want? Why don't you leave me alone?
Voices are so personal, aren't they? When I make contact with you this way, it's something exquisitely, caressingly personal, isn't it? Wouldn't you like to see the man behind the voice? I'm not far away, you know. I know you're alone, but you won't be alone for long. Soon I'll be walking through that door, ready to crush you in my arms, crush you to death.
You're mad. I'll have the police after you.
No, you won't. Just think of it. Death in ecstasy. How would you like to die? Die in my arms. Because you're going to, you know. You're going to die very soon.
Why didn't I hang up then? Perhaps had I done so, my mind wouldn't have had to bear the awful terrors that came later. I stood there, listening, hypnotized by the evil of his voice, just as a snake hypnotizes its victim, just before the kill. Why should you want to kill me? What have I done to you?
It isn't what you've done to me, dear lady. It's what I'm going to do to you, and very soon. You're thinking of going to bed, aren't you? You think you're going to lie between the sheets unmolested. I shouldn't try to sleep if I were you, because you'll be in for a rude awakening.
Leave me alone, you filthy swine! Leave me alone! Oh, the police. I must phone the police.
Police?
My name is King. Miss Anne King. We moved into this flat yesterday.
What is it, madam? Robbery?
No, we moved into this flat yesterday, you see, and this man keeps phoning. I don't know who it is.
Just a moment, madam. You say you had one of those anonymous callers?
Yes, it was horrible, obscene. He said he was going to kill me.
I see. What's your address, please?
Number 12, Bella Vista Mansions, Highcliffe Road.
12 Bella Vista Mansions, Highcliffe Road. And your name is Mrs. King?
Yes, that's right.
What's your number, please, madam?
736281.
Are you expecting any telephone calls this evening? Normal ones, I mean.
No, that's just it. Hardly anyone knows we're here.
You say we, madam?
Yes, my husband. He's away on a trip.
I see, madam. Now, this business of anonymous telephone callers is getting to be quite a scourge. What we'd like you to do, madam, is to keep him talking next time he phones.
Oh, no, I was going to ask the telephone people to disconnect the phone until my husband gets back.
You want him caught, don't you, madam? Now, you've no need to worry. We shall have your line tapped and traced, but we need time to get to the man wherever he's speaking from, you see.
But it's on the dialing system.
Now, don't you worry about that, madam. The only thing we ask is, if you get any other calls, keep them as short as possible, because we shall be listening in from now on.
But what if he comes round here? He's threatened to come round and kill me.
You're living in a flat which is suitably bolted and barred?
Yes.
Well, don't open up for anyone, madam. We shall be around in the morning to take a statement. But please, answer that telephone.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Oh, I pray he doesn't phone. Some music. That's an idea. Put the radio on. Try not to think about it. 11:30. Perhaps he won't phone. He knows I'm alone. So, how did he know? Oh, don't think. Bed for you. Perhaps a sleeping pill. Oh, cup of hot milk. Take the receiver off the hook. Never mind what the policeman said. Oh, no, he's got to be caught. They'll catch him and punish him. Oh, I'm afraid I haven't the courage. I must. Jolyon would never forgive me if I hadn't got the pluck to help him catch him. Please heaven he doesn't say anything too awful. Hello.
You do take a long time to answer the phone, don't you? Were you worried? Frightened? You didn't really think I meant it when I said I was coming round to kill you. I'm coming round, but you see, it was only a figure of speech, you know. I'm going to hug you to death, feel you close to me. No, that isn't true either. I'd have to kill you afterwards, you see. I couldn't bear the thought of anyone touching you after that. You would have to die, wouldn't you?
Why are you torturing me like this?
The things I say cause you to feel hurt. Pain and pleasure, my dear Anne.
How do you know my first name? You called me Mrs. King before.
Well, we're getting a little more, intimate, aren't we? Shall I come round now? Just you and I alone in that flat of yours. Shall I, Anne? Shall I? With you struggling in my arms, and then you decide to struggle no more.
No! Keep him talking. The policeman said I must keep him talking. But I couldn't. I just couldn't stand it any longer. I was too afraid. Jolyon would have wanted me to have the courage to talk until they traced the voice. But they couldn't have traced him. How can you trace a telephone voice without a telephone? Plug. There must be a telephone plug somewhere. Oh, yes. Here it is. Now, Mr. Anonymous Caller. Dial to your heart's content, because the bell won't ring. Oh, it can't be. I pulled the plug out. The receiver. Take the receiver off. Oh, I'm going mad. It's still ringing. What's happening? What's happening to me? Break it. Break the telephone. Now try and telephone, Mr. Anonymous Caller. Now try and telephone.
You sound agitated, my darling.
No! No! Where are you? Where are you going?
Shall we resume our telephone conversation where we left off last time?
Oh, it can't be! The telephone's broken!
But it can be, and it is, and I'm here in the flat with you, my darling. All around you is me. Soon I shall put my arms around you and...
Never really happened. Somehow my mind has become diseased. Nothing matters anymore. Just sleep. Sleep and forgetfulness.
Poor young lady. She's taken a long time to fall asleep.
But what does that mean, Doctor? You said she...
I know. I'm afraid that her experiences are still playing on her subconscious mind. We must let her sleep. She's definitely under now. She'll remain like this through the night. The police will be able to question her tomorrow.
How are you feeling now, Mrs. King? Better?
Yes, thank you. I'm all right while my husband's beside me. Oh, darling, it's so good to hold your hand.
Your husband told you that we'd got the man who molested you?
Yes.
Ah.
Must I face him?
Yes, darling. They just want you to listen to his voice. Feeling brave enough now?
So long as you're here.
All right, Constable, bring him in.
Right, sir. Bring him in.
Bill! Bill Andrews!
It was only a joke, Anne. Tell them, I wouldn't do a thing like that.
I promised them, darling, I wouldn't mention the name of the swine who did recognize the voice.
Oh, it was so different.
Actually, Mrs. King, that was a little subterfuge on our part. We didn't think you'd recognize the voice. It obviously disguised it. But now he said he did it for a joke. That means he's confessed.
No, I didn't mean any harm. I swear
No, steady on, sir, steady on. I sympathize with your feelings, but the law must take its course. You see, Mrs. King, you were on the phone long enough for us to trace the call to the flat upstairs, just above you.
It was only...
Quiet, I said. Now, understand, madam, that you and he come from Brixham, and that you were once engaged to this character.
Yes. I knew he took it badly when I gave him his ring back and told him I was going to marry somebody else. I never saw him again. I didn't know he was living here.
He works for Percy Masters, darling. Percy told him we were coming to stay in this flat. He borrowed the master key from the caretaker. Being an electrical engineer, the rest was easy. There's a little speaker just over there that he put in. Look, and a telephone bell on top of the wardrobe.
You see, Mrs. King, by the time we got to the flat, he was sitting in his armchair, all innocent. We decided to pay you a visit. Found you lying on the floor in a dead faint. Now we communicated with your husband and Dr. Wallace. All right, take him away.
It was only a joke, Anne. Please, tell them I did it for a joke.
I'll come with you.
Now you just lie back and relax, darling.
Oh, Julian.
You're all right. Now I'm here.
Yes. I'm all right now. The telephone.
Oh, we'll soon have that repaired.
Oh, no, Julian. Please not. I never want to use a telephone again.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale, the Horla.
It was a dark house, dreary, too. Shadows crept down the walls like loathsome vermin. The house was old and filled with memories of better days, like the man who lived there. He was old and gnarled and alone. He'd passed the lonely hours by sitting on the porch of his home, watching the boats sail up and down the river. He was happy living alone in that old house, until one day a tall, three-rigged Brazilian schooner floated past his shores, casting a shadow on the banks of the river. A shadow over the old house. A shadow over the old man. A living shadow which crept into his mind. He wrote a letter to his young cousin, Madame Renée Sable, who was living in Paris, begging her to visit him. She read the letter over several times, then took it to a friend of hers, a doctor, Dr. Perron, to ask his advice. She was young and in Paris, and she didn't believe in the old man.
I had to come to you, Dr. Perron, because this letter worries me so. You've known my cousin, Gabriel Bouvet, for a long time, and he's not the sort of man given to hallucinations.
He seems to be a very sound old man. But living alone the way he does...
Oh, nonsense. Living alone has nothing to do with it.
Well, suppose you read me the letter, Madame Saul.
Of course. It all seems like so much poppycock. Listen. Be honored by a visit from you at your earliest convenience. Isn't that like him?
Yes, very much.
You'll find me a changed man, my dear. Changed because he has come. You don't know what I'm talking about, and so I must explain. A shadow has crept into my home, a shadow which dominates me. You see what I mean, Doctor?
Well, read on, Renee.
Right. He is a creature from a land of shadows, but I tell you he does live. He lives here with me, and I'm afraid of him. Oh, Renee, he will dominate all of mankind, just as mankind has dominated the animal kingdom. We will become his chattel, his food and his slave, as the animals become ours. You see, Doctor?
Yes, indeed I do. I wonder... Renee, how soon can you pack and be ready to leave?
In about 2 hours.
Well, fine. I'll have the horse and buggy hitched and call for you then. I think we'd better go down to him as soon as possible.
Doctor, surely you don't believe in this invisible creature.
Well, surely, Renee, I don't doubt the wind just because I can't see it. We'll be able to judge better after we have a talk with him. You better hurry home. I'm going right down to the stables now.
It's been a long trip, Doctor. I hope we don't frighten my cousin by coming at this hour.
That's his house right over there, isn't it?
Yes, right at the end of the road.
Huh. Gloomy-looking old place.
Very gloomy. It's so dark and so very old.
Tell me, how long has Bouvet's wife been dead?
For about 6 years now.
Did you notice any perceptible change in him after she died?
Nothing exceptional, except he became quieter and drew into himself more, if that's possible. Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, there, boy. Oh.
And so the doctor and the old man's cousin, Renée Sable, entered the old house, expecting to find a man weakened by illness, haggard with lack of sleep. But instead, Gabriel Bouvet was in high spirits as he conducted his guests into the house. He made a special pot of tea, and then, as he passed the cream and sugar...
Drink your tea, Renee. Stop being so nervous. Fidget. Always were a fidgety youngster. Makes me nervous.
You were talking about the Brazilian boat, Monsieur Bouvet. What has the boat to do with this unknown shadow?
You don't know, then?
Frankly, no.
Well, here. Look at this book.
Huh?
Study of the Scientific World. Open it. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, or I'd read it to you myself. Page 72.
What has this to do with the shadow which you see?
Allow your friend the doctor to read the second paragraph.
Well, listen to this, Renee. Sao Paulo, Brazil. A contagious madness has spread throughout Sao Paulo. The victims claim they are being possessed by creatures of darkness who feed only on milk and water. Medical savants have been rushed to their aid.
But that's in Brazil, cousin.
I know.
that the Brazilian boat sailed by my door. Possible for this, whatever it is, to have escaped from the boat.
Well, anything's possible, but this does seem a little improbable.
But possession, that's talking of demons. This is a modern world. No one man can possess the power of ordering another's will.
How little you know, cousin.
Well, perhaps I am a fool of a girl, but anybody.
No, not anybody, Renee. Not me, for instance. I believe in hypnotics. That's possession of a kind.
Dr. Mesmer's nonsense. I don't believe in mesmerism.
Well, I can prove it to you simply enough.
How?
If you're willing, we'll try a little experiment.
You hypnotize?
If you'll be a subject.
Why, of course I will. That sounds like fun.
Can I help in any way, Doctor?
Yes, just blow out the candle. All but one.
Certainly. I'll leave the corner candle on.
All right now, Renee, if you'll close your eyes.
My eyes are closed.
And try to sleep. Sleep.
There. Candles are out. All but one.
Now, sleep, my dear. Try to sleep.
Doctor. Listen. Listen to that.
What? What, monsieur?
It's in the room. I know it is. It's here. Next to me, watching me. Can't you hear it crying, crying?
This is madness.
You don't believe me, do you? Stop the experiment at once. Listen. Listen.
Cousin, please.
What makes you think mankind is the final answer to life? Perhaps there is a higher form of life. Form of life which can possess us and then destroy us. Isn't that possible, Doctor?
Well, yes, anything is possible.
And take my word for it. Humanity is lost unless we destroy it. Look. I always carry a knife with me, waiting for the time I can destroy him. Listen. It's come for me. Come for possession of me. It's come. It's the Horla. The Horla. And it's come.
Doctor, won't he ever wake up? He's been unconscious for over an hour.
Well, it's best to let him sleep right now, my dear. This is an exhausting emotional strain for a man of his years.
But what can we do?
As soon as his heartbeat is normal, I'll take him back to the Paris hospital. You'll have to stay here for a few days and close the house. Just pack his belongings and bring them on to Paris as soon as you can.
Anything you say, Dr. Powell.
Well, come, Renee. We must let him sleep. I'll prepare the coach for the return journey.
And so they left him, lying on the old bed in his room. And the shadows on the walls cast purple shadows on his gnarled hands, and the hands clutched the air and thrashed the sheets as if the old man were fighting. Fighting a being, fighting a presence, fighting for possession of his own will. The old man's face was a mask of horror. And then the wind, that strange, unholy wind, started to sneak in the room. It oozed through the door, the keyhole, and the window. It slid to the bedside.
No.
You're possessed and on.
I know you watch me night and day.
Night and day.
Well, I'll get away from you. I've got to get away from you. I won't give in without a struggle.
You'll have to give in because nobody believes you.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Watching you.
Leave me alone.
I'll never leave you alone. Never.
But I shall be free of you.
You can't be free of me. I'm part of you.
If I stay here.
They'll call you mad.
But if I leave the house.
You'll die.
I'll leave you here. You can't follow me. I'll go far away. So far, nobody will find me.
Oh, I've got one hand on your heart, Bouvet, and one in the room. If you leave, your heart will be torn from you, torn from your body, torn from your soul.
What's it, Bouvet? Is anything the matter?
I heard him scream, too. Doctor, look at him.
Oh.
His face is dead white.
Yes, Renee, you're quite right. I'll have to risk moving him now. I don't think we ought to leave him in this house any longer.
But how can you travel alone with him?
Well, I'll manage somehow. I'll carry him to the buggy. He can sleep as we drive along. I can manage somehow. That is, if you don't mind staying here alone.
I don't mind, Doctor. I've no patience with superstitious nonsense.
Here, my dear, help me wrap him in this blanket.
Of course, Doctor.
There, that's fine. Now, hand me that other blanket over there.
Here you are.
That'll keep him warm on the journey. I'll send the coach back from Paris tomorrow evening to pick you up.
You ought to be able to leave here by then.
Don't worry about me, Dr. Perron. I'll be all right.
That's what she thought then. But even as the doctor carried the old man out of the house to the carriage, a premonition of fear, a foreboding, reached out from the gathering shadows in the walls and left her trembling and weak. The doctor placed the old man in the carriage, and then that journey and the return to Paris started. They had traveled for about an hour. Beauvais awakened, sobbing out.
You've taken me away. Away from my house, you fool.
Beauvais, you must not excite yourself.
Put his hands on my heart. He's pulling on it, pulling on it. Doctor, take me back before I die.
Nonsense, Beauvais. You must get away from that place.
Take me back. Take me back, Doctor. You don't understand.
Beauvais, sit down.
You think I'm mad, don't you? But the Hall exists. They exist, and I'll die if I don't return.
Will you try to rest, monsieur? We're doing everything we can for
Turn
you.
this carriage around, Doctor, and return to the house.
Beauvais, put those reins
Did you
down.
hear me?
Let go of the reins, you fool, before you take us off the road.
Turn the carriage around. I shall plunge this knife into you.
Beauvais, put that knife down. Put that down.
That will teach you to interfere with a Horla, Doctor. That will teach you. Now, get out of this carriage, Doctor.
Beauvais.
Before I plunge the dagger into your heart.
Beauvais, you can't leave me here like this.
I must leave you here. I must return to the house at once to destroy him.
But he doesn't exist except in your own mind, Beauvais.
He exists, and I'm going to him.
Beauvais.
Doctor. Dead. I'm coming, Master. Yeah, I'm coming, Master. I'm coming to destroy you, just as I destroyed him.
So Beauvais drove off in the rambling carriage, leaving the badly wounded doctor lying on the roadside, more dead than alive. Beauvais drove furiously through the night to a little shack about a half-mile from his home. There was a sign on the shack, a sign reading, Litau's expert lockmakers and ironworkers. Beauvais pulled the carriage up in front of the door. He walked to the entrance of the shack.
Monsieur Litau! Monsieur Litau!
Who's calling at this? Oh, Monsieur Beauvais. What are you doing at this hour of the night?
Really? Oh, yes, of course. I need your help. That's what.
My help? What can a poor man like me do for a wealthy man like you?
You can make a lock for me. I've got to lock the doors of my house securely. The front and back doors and the windows. All the windows in my house. They must be locked and bolted, Litau.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight, you fool. Of course, tonight.
But in heaven's name, why?
To lock him out of my home, out of my life.
You're not...
in eternity.
You're not feeling well?
Come, Litau. Don't bicker with me. Hurry, man. I'm prepared to pay any price you ask.
Of course. She'll be as you say if you'll only just give me time to get my instruments together.
Of course, but hurry, Litau. Hurry. He's waiting for me now.
Monsieur Litau and the old man returned to the lonely old house by the river in the dead of the night. They crept into the house and worked in the half-darkness near the shadows. And that strange, unholy wind was quiet and didn't disturb them while they worked. Beauvais felt safe and free for a while, only a while. And a girl slept upstairs, slept undisturbed and quiet. The hours passed this way, passed quietly, as the locksmith worked and the old man muttered.
Hurry. Hurry, Litau, hurry. It's almost morning.
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. I'm almost done, except for the windows in your cousin's room.
Don't worry about her. I'll wake her up when the time comes. Finish that lock, man.
Just 2 more nails will hold it in place.
Good. 2 more nails.
There you are.
Gabriel, what are you doing here?
Oh, good morning, youngster. Good morning, my dear.
But the doctor was to take you.
Away from my house. But he couldn't, Renee.
Where is the doctor?
In Paris. He's going to return this evening after my work is done. Yes. Yes. A job in life. Kill the Horla.
The doctor let you return alone?
He had to let me. But I wasn't alone.
Who is this?
I'm Monsieur Litow, mademoiselle, the most famous lockmaker in the world.
I don't understand all this.
Naturally, my dear. Come along, Litow. Let's finish your work. Only 2 more locks to fix tonight. And I'll be able to lock him in and kill him. Kill him. Well, what are you staring at me for? Go ahead to my cousin's room and start to work.
Of course, I'll start right away.
Gabrielle. Gabrielle. Look at me, cousin.
I'm looking at you, Renee. I see you.
Are you lying to me?
Why should I lie to you?
What did you do to the doctor?
Nothing, Renee.
With that knife in your belt. What about that knife in your belt?
I always carry a knife to protect me against the Horla.
There's blood on that knife, Gabrielle. What did you do?
Be quiet, Renee.
Cousin, may I go?
I can't let you go.
What are you going to do to me?
I have to bind you up. Tie to a chair until I've killed him. Don't you understand? Yes, I'm old, but I'm strong, cousin. Stronger than you. Oh, no, don't struggle against me.
Is everybody in trouble? I thought I heard you.
You heard nothing. Nothing, monsieur. Go back to work.
All right, I'm almost done.
Now, come along, cousin. I'll have to tie you in the kitchen where you'll be out of harm's way until he's dead.
Bouvet dragged his cousin to the kitchen, and then taking a stout rope, tied her to the kitchen table by the sheer strength of a maniac, tied her securely, and then threw a tablecloth over her. Smiling to himself, he left the kitchen and went to the upstairs room to watch Litow finish the work of the night.
Are you finished, Monsieur Litow?
Yes, of course. Yes, I'm finished.
Here you are, Litow. 200 francs for one night's work. Good pay, isn't it?
Very good pay, Monsieur Bouvet. Very good pay. Anything more I can do, sir?
Have you locked the locks?
All locked secured, monsieur.
I'm glad. Hey, Litow, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go home?
I thought I ought to say good night to the
young... You don't need to. I'll say good night for you. Listen. Do you hear that?
I hear nothing.
Naturally. You hear nothing.
Good night, Monsieur Bouvet.
Litow, may I caution you against one thing?
Of course.
Don't tell anybody of this work tonight. Do you understand? Don't tell anybody.
Of course I understand. Good night. See you in the morning.
Your locks can't lock me out.
You again.
I've been watching you and your lockmaker, watching you, and your locks are useless. Locks are useless.
But I can lock you in when I escape.
Impossible, because I am with you constantly.
And I'll destroy you, Horla.
With a knife?
No, with fire and flame. I'll set the entire house on fire and leave you here. Leave you here and I'll escape. You can't escape. You're part of this house. You said so yourself.
Did I now? How interesting. How very interesting.
And you'll burn to death. You'll burn to death, and the world will be free of the Horla.
Are you so sure, Bouvet? Are you so sure?
I'll pour oil on the walls and on the rugs and on the floor. Where's the oil?
In the kitchen closet.
Yes, in the kitchen closet. That's where it is.
Don't forget I'm part of
you. You'll be destroyed by fire.
And while the frantic, distraught old man poured oil on the rugs and on the walls, Litow walked slowly home, worrying about his old friend Bouvet, worrying about the strangest actions he'd ever seen, worrying and trying to fit together the odd pieces of the puzzle in his mind. Halfway home, he heard a voice cry out,
"Somebody help! Help before it's too late!"
Who is it? Oh, but it's the doctor. In heaven's name, what has happened to you?
Help me.
Oh, you're badly wounded. Here, allow me to help you stand on your feet. There now.
Oh, I'm so weak.
What happened?
The madman Bouvet. I was trying to take him to a hospital, and he stabbed me.
Madman? I thought so. I just finished making 24 sets of locks for him in his house.
Litow, is Madame Saab still there?
Yes. I thought I heard her cry out, but I wasn't sure.
Well, we must get help to her immediately. That madman will do anything. Anything.
Here, let me carry you, monsieur. Put your arm over my shoulder if you can. We'll get help as soon as possible.
Hurry. Hurry, Litow. Hurry, man.
Yeah. Now I've poured oil over the entire house. Yes. The entire house. The curtains, the ceiling, even the beds and walls and the chairs. Now for a match. Yes, one match. One match in a house will go up in flames. Flames. And you will be dead.
Will I be dead? Will I?
I need a match. I need a match. Must be a match in the kitchen. In the house will all be flames. Flames. And you will burn. Burn and die. Yes, the kitchen. Yeah. Don't be nervous, cousin. Don't be nervous. Work is almost done, almost done. You'll be dead. The hall will be dead. Dead, yes. Yes, here's the match. I must start my flames on the top floor.
Top floor.
Don't follow me. I don't want you following me.
I like to watch you.
Up those stairs. Yes. Up the stairs to the landing. Will you enjoy watching your own funeral pyre?
Fire and flames. Fire and flames.
I'm almost to the top now. And then I'll strike my match. And the flames will start.
How do you intend to escape? Don't forget your own escape.
Yes. My escape. I must escape. I'll unlock the front door and run out. Just in time. And you'll be trapped. Trapped. Here we are. Now, light the match. Light the match.
No, Beauvais.
Hey, Horla. You'll die here.
Be careful of yourself. Be careful of yourself. I don't want any harm to come to you, Beauvais.
Look, the fire started. Look at the flames. Look at the walls and the shadows. Look at the flames. Now for the downstairs.
I'm right beside you. Where you go, I go.
No. You must stay here and die. Don't you understand? And you will die. You will.
Shout for the flames. Watch out for the flames.
I must light the match down here now. Light the canopy. Like that. How do you like those flames, Horla? How do you like those flames?
Be careful of yourself, Beauvais. Be careful of yourself.
Now one last light here. And the job is done. And I'll wait and escape. At the last minute. And you'll be left.
They've come to rescue me. You see, Beauvais? They've come to rescue me.
No. I won't open up. Hurry, flames. Hurry. I'll come beat you to the job.
I'm taking the girls in the back of the house.
Break the door down. Get the girl. Where is she?
She's in the back of the house. Hurry, men.
You're all fools. You're allowing the Horla to live. You're allowing the Horla to escape. Watch out, Beauvais. I've got the girl. Fools. She would have died in here. And I would have been free.
I'll never leave you, old friend.
And I would have been free.
Never fear me.
Don't you see him? He's standing next to me.
Always next to you. Always next to
And
you.
he could die in the flames.
Only if you die in the flames.
Watch out, the house is trouble. Everybody, watch out. If I die in the flames. Yes, of course. I must die in the flames. Yes, I must die in the flames. And then the Horla will be dead.
And the old wild-eyed man rushed into the pile of burning timber among his old belongings and perished there. He and the Horla perished there. All that remained of the man and the Horla was scorched bones and two odd, misshapen skulls. Two odd, misshapen skulls. Remember that. For there were two skulls, not one.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the famous story, the Horla. Bellkeeper, hold the bell.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the true, authentic stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 693 MR966. Lance Corporal John Latimer of the Royal Corps of Signals.
Was my lorry right enough?
Signaller Lewis Ruling of the same company.
It only hadn't rained that night.
Mrs. Elsie Avery, who lost her son.
He was a lively lad, but he never done any harm.
Miss Hartley, the Colonel's daughter.
I was raised in the army, and I know what I see.
Superintendent Robert Lester of Scotland Yard.
If you will come into the Black Museum here with me, I think Chief Superintendent John Davidson can show you what we started with on this case. There's quite a collection in here of items that have figured in various cases we've worked on here in Scotland Yard. Some of them successfully, and some of them unsolved to date, shall we say. Come with me, please. Ah, here you are, John. This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who has a long and distinguished record with us.
Well, how do you do? Say, I finally found those things, Bob.
Ah.
I mislaid them, I'm afraid. Now, don't be afraid to look. They're not at all gruesome. Some folks seem to think we have a kind of chamber of horrors here. But I assure you these things are quite innocuous for the most part. Now, this is a handkerchief.
Still quite clean, isn't it?
Wasn't always so clean, Don. See, an ordinary coffee-colored handkerchief, such as millions of soldiers carried during the war.
I carried one.
And this, you don't recognize it? It's a gas mask cover. See the shoulder strap here? Oh, no, soldiers didn't carry this kind. This is red leather, or imitation leather, if you will. It was the type children carried with them. A child did carry this one. You can still see his name inside it here, written in his own kid's handwriting. Philip Ainsley Avery.
Philip Avery is dead.
But this little red leather bag helped Superintendent Lester start a man on the early morning stroll that ends on the gallows trap.
I was fortunate enough to be called by the Bucks Constabulary at once on this case. Too many times Scotland Yard is called in only after the local police have exhausted their every resource. But those chaps in Buckinghamshire wanted help at once and badly in this little village in early November 1941. Station Superintendent... no, I'll not tell you his name. Briefed me. He tossed the gas mask case, the one you just saw, on the desk.
This is all we've found so far.
Rather a bright-colored gas mask case for a boy to carry. How old is he?
I don't know whether we should say is or was superintendent.
Been looking for him how long now?
3.5 days now.
And this is all you found?
I must doubt if he's lost and he'd throw away his respirator case.
Where'd you find it?
About a mile from here, down the road in the ditch.
Well-traveled road?
Not very.
Get anything from his parents?
Father's dead, and mother's, well, as you'd expect. He was the only child.
What did she think?
Well, first she thought he'd run away. He was quite dotty over the army, and she thought he'd be hanging around some camp or other in the vicinity.
He wasn't.
Well, they all moved out, last one a week ago. Oh, except for that convoy that went through here the day after the kid disappeared.
Could they have taken him along, a mascot perhaps?
Checked him first bloody thing.
Not with him?
No. Their OC telephoned me from somewhere over the East Coast. Nice chap and worried. Said he'd turned out the whole party and no one had heard of the kid.
Good man. And the countryside is turned out, you said?
Not an able-bodied man in the village that isn't out in the country searching.
They'll find him, perhaps.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yes.
Well, where do you want to start?
Who saw the boy last?
His mother. He was just setting off for school.
What about her?
Well, frankly...
Oh.
I've seen mothers who treated their kids better.
I'd better see her, hadn't I?
Killing a kid's awfully nasty, Superintendent.
Yeah.
She's my sister-in-law.
Oh.
Her brother's wife.
I thought the kid's name was Avery.
Oh, she married Avery after my brother was killed at Calais.
Where is Avery?
Killed at Tobruk.
She must be pretty bitter.
Bitter?
I'll have a talk with her.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. I was rather fond of my young nephew. Probably why I telephoned you so quickly.
Yeah. Thought you said every man in the village was out looking for the boy.
They are.
Who are all those chaps, then, coming down the road?
Where? They're carrying something.
Steady, steady, old boy.
It's my sister-in-law. That's it. They've found him.
In my time, I've seen a good many murdered persons. I shall probably see a good many more before I turn in my warrant card. But this one, an 11-year-old schoolboy. I can still see that great blue bruise on his forehead and his throat. I've got kids myself. His mother, she was quite controlled when I talked with her.
You'd better take me in, Superintendent. I did it.
How did you do it, Mrs. Avery?
It was such a lively voice, but he never meant any harm.
Everyone says he was a fine boy, Mrs. Avery.
I called him a little hellion. He was always talking about the army and how he was going to join up the minute he came of age. I hate the army.
Yes.
It's taken Philip's father from me, and Avery. I couldn't bear the thought of losing him to it. I raised my hand to my son. He said it was his duty. I thrashed him so many times, but he was stubborn. Duty, I said. What about your duty to your mother? He was all ready for school, with his little gas mask case, standing in the door. Somebody, he said, somebody's got to take Daddy's place. Just like a kid talks. Daddy's place. And Mr. Avery's. And I slapped his face. I could cut off my hand. And he gave me such a look and went away, and I never saw him again until I sent him to his death. I murdered him. The army got him, too.
I went away from that stricken woman. What else could I do? She was obviously convinced that she was responsible for the boy's death. But if her story was true, then that was a matter for her own conscience. If it was not, well, if she had killed the boy, there was time enough. The divisional superintendent drove me to the place where the body had been found in his own car. It was a side road off the main highway. Little traveled, and the local constable pointed out the place.
I was right there, sir. I marked it with a stick. I was with a searching party. We came across the road here, and Sammy Roberts, he seen that red gas mask bag lying on the edge of the ditch right over there. We picked it up, and we was looking around like, and I spotted the body lying right down there. Lying on his back he was. Like he was asleep with his little arms folded on his chest. I thought he was asleep till I saw the blood. Well, there weren't much of it for the rain. We run over here, and then we saw the mark on his forehead. Dead, all right. And quite peaceful, as I said. That's all, sir.
Been no other cars along here since you found him, then?
Only one or two, sir.
Where did all that oil come from, then?
Where, sir?
Down there.
Oh, I don't know, sir.
Looks like crankcase oil.
The car's been standing there.
Some time ago, though. The rain's washed it out partly.
Like it washed away all the fingerprints on the gas mask bag, sir.
Certainly looks as if a car or a lorry has been standing here.
Could those be its tire marks?
Constable, see that no one that comes along here gets near those tire marks.
You want to make a plaster cast of them, sir?
Yes.
Well, Nobby Clark back at the station knows how to make them, sir. He was at the police college at Hendon.
I'll send them out when we go back. Have you covered everything else, McKinnon?
I think so, sir. Rain's washed away everything else, but I didn't notice these marks. Who's that?
Stop him, Constable, before he runs on those tire tracks.
Stop! Stop! Please, stop!
Who is it, you know?
I think it's Miss Hartley. She's not the only MG in this part.
Who is she?
The daughter of our local retired colonel, Chief Air Raid Warden.
To learn about poor Philip, Superintendent. He was such a charming boy. What in the world are you doing out here?
This is the place where he was found, Miss Hartley.
Oh, how dreadful. You have my deepest sympathy, sir. Who's this man?
I'm Superintendent Lester of Scotland Yard, madam.
Now, don't call me madam. My name's Hartley. Inga Hartley. Lived here for years. My father's Colonel Hartley. Late the Green Howards. Been in the army practically all my life. What's Scotland Yard doing up here? Can't you handle this, Superintendent?
No,
No, your nephew, of course, yes. Sorry. Who's had a lorry up here with a leaking crankcase?
We don't
Tell a leaking crankcase as far as I can see it. Who was it? The murderer? Oh, sorry.
We've only just come in on this.
I saw a lorry over there at the road junction 3 mornings ago. Army lorry, driven by a lance corporal, driving onto the main road from this road.
Oh, was that the day the boy was reported missing, Superintendent? Was, huh? You're sure it was an army lorry, miss?
Hartley. Of course I know it was an army lorry, driven by a young lance corporal wearing steel-rimmed glasses, a 1,500-weight Fordson. I was raised in the army, sir, and I know what I see.
Was there any markings on it, Miss Hartley?
Of course. It was a Royal Corps of Signals lorry.
How did you know?
Why, it had the blue and white patch painted on the front like the signaller's armband. A big 56 was lettered on the side in white, and there was a red and green clover leaf painted on the left front door.
The trucks of that signal convoy that passed through here.
Yes?
I remember the markings on them.
Cod pits, that's right.
What's this?
Yes, what are you talking about?
They were marked with playing card pips. Some of them with the ace of spades, some with diamonds and hearts.
And clubs.
There's your clover leaf, Miss Hartley.
God, stone the bloody crow. Excuse me, that's the murderer.
As Miss Hartley roared off in her MG, we headed for the village. It was a thin enough crew, but it was the only one, except for the mother's fantastic confession, but we started to investigate it at once. A telegram to the War Office.
Request most urgent the present location of Royal Corps Signal Unit. Passed through this village 3 days ago, headed for East Coast Port. Information desired in connection with serious crime. Lester, Scotland Yard.
No use trying to trace him any other ways, security regulations and all that.
We'll have a reply in no time, I'm sure.
But if that Signals Corps corporal did kill him, why?
Probably struck him with the lorry and got frightened.
But what was Phyllis doing over there? The school's in the opposite direction.
Maybe he was running away.
Excuse me, sir. Would you like to have a look at the things we took from the boys' pockets?
Would you mind looking, Lester? If there's anything you think I should see...
I'll have a look, Constable.
He's a string, sir. An old cap badge. That was his father, sir. He always carried it with him. Threepence and coppers. Half a packet of peppermints. Fair breaks your heart, doesn't it, sir? Poor kid.
Go on, Constable.
Khaki handkerchief.
Hold on a minute. Is that his?
Can't say, sir.
Hold it out. I think we'll take a closer look at it. I believe that's oil on it there.
It is, sir. Smells like old crankcase oil to me, sir.
Hold it out. I'll tell you what to do with it. Might be quite important.
Yes, sir.
How's his mother?
Took her to a nursing home down the road, sir. She's, I'm afraid she's, not going to get over it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, is that all?
Only this, sir.
What?
This we found inside the gas mask case, sir.
What is it?
Looks like the corner of a pound note, sir. All crumpled up. It's a bloody strange place to find a bit of money. How do you suppose he got it?
Why, I think, Constable, the important thing to discover is who has the rest of it.
The murderer.
Oh, hello, Silver. We've heard from the War Office about the signal company.
Where are they?
They're at a port of embarkation. They're due to leave the day after tomorrow for North Africa.
If we were to follow up what seemed to be a promising clue, in fact our only clue, there was, of course, no time to lose. But there were things that we must accomplish before we left for the port of embarkation. And these are the things we accomplished with the aid of Scotland Yard technicians who were rushed to us from London.
We have the plaster cast of the tire marks on the road, sir. The samples of oil we took out of the mud are here, too.
They match the oil stains on the khaki handkerchief.
The handkerchief has been washed and examined. What appears to be a laundry mark, K201537, was discovered on the edge of it. It had been partially obscured by the oil stain.
The wound on the boy's throat was inflicted after death, which was caused by the blow on the head, sir.
One thing we do not know yet, Superintendent, is where that torn piece of the £1 note came from.
I brought Philip's mother here to tell you about that.
It's from Philip's money box.
What?
I knew at once when my brother-in-law told me.
I took her home to see.
Philip had come back and taken it. I looked in the drawer in his cupboard where he kept it. I found it broken open and empty. I knew what had been in it. 31 shillings in coin.
I always gave him a shilling for shining in my boots.
And the £1 note I gave him for his birthday the day before Michaelmas. He'd taken it all to run away on. And they murdered him for 31 shillings and a £1 note. The army paid me much more for his father.
I don't think I shall ever forget that. We arrived at the barracks of the signal company at the port of embarkation shortly after Reveille. Major Hugh Scott, the young officer commanding, who had been an engineer at Wandsworth, was waiting for us in what he called his orderly room. The men were still at breakfast, but the company sergeant major ushered us in.
The gentleman from the police, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Sergeant Major. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you, Major.
Sit down, gentlemen. I'm afraid I don't know what this is all about, you know. I had an urgent message.
Yes, I'm afraid we shall have to cause you some inconvenience. This is a very serious matter.
Mm-hmm, I gathered that.
It involves murder, sir.
That's serious. What do you want me to do?
Answer some questions first, please, Major.
As well as I can. Far away.
Are all your men present?
The Sergeant Major will know that. Sergeant Major.
Yes, sir?
All our people on hand, Sergeant Major.
All present at Reveille, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, they're all here, murderers included, if any.
You were encamped at the superintendent's village a few nights ago.
Right. He called on us.
That's correct.
You have one vehicle that has a bad leak in the crankcase.
How'd you know that?
Well, I'm asking you, sir.
We surely have. Our number 56 is
56 of 1,500 weight Fordson.
I don't know how you know, but we're having more trouble with this monster.
And the markings on this lorry?
Well, the usual blue and white signals tab. And then there's the section marking on the front door.
What's it like, please?
An ace of clubs in red and green.
Oh. May we see the driver, please?
Of course. Sergeant Major again.
Yes, sir?
Send in Lance Corporal Latimer. Get him out of our palatial breakfast room, please.
Yes, sir.
He the murderer?
We'll see, I hope.
Mild-mannered bloke can't see him murdering anyone. Oh, you must be wrong.
You have a special laundry mark for your company, Major?
Laundry mark? Well, hardly in this man's army.
We found one on this khaki handkerchief.
Might be anyone's, old chap. I have one myself.
It was in the murdered boy's pocket.
Boys? Oh, good Lord, gentlemen, you... Yes?
Latimer, sir.
Come in, Latimer.
Lance Corporal Latimer, sir.
Stand easy, Latimer. What makes it jingle so, Corporal?
Jingle, sir?
Ring like Bow Bells.
Oh, that's shillings, sir. I've got a pocket full of shillings. Excuse me, sir.
Never mind, Corporal. Where did you get those shillings?
Why, sir,
Answer anything these gentlemen ask you, Latimer. They're policemen.
Oh. I got them from my mate, sir.
Who's he?
Signal O'Ruling, sir.
Sergeant Major.
Yes, sir.
Send for Ruling.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Major Scott.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Where did he get them?
I don't know, sir.
Latimer, is this your handkerchief?
Looks like mine, sir. May I see it, please? Yes, sir. Here's the laundry mark they put on it when we were stationed at Leeds, sir. K201537. Yes, sir, that's mine.
Where did you lose it?
Lose it, sir? I didn't lose it. My pal had it. I lent it to him.
Ruling?
Yes, sir.
Sure?
Yes, sir, I'm sure.
Do you always wear those steel-rimmed glasses, Latimer?
Yes, sir. Always.
Wearing them when you met the lady in the MG the other morning?
What morning, sir?
When you turned off the side road onto the main road? When you were at camp before the last one?
I never saw a lady up there, sir. I wasn't even out of the camp.
The morning you stopped your lorry on the by road and stayed there a few minutes?
I never left the camp, sir.
Your lorry was out, I think.
I wouldn't know, sir. I was working on the generator truck all day, sir.
Alone, no doubt.
Alone? Yes, sir.
Look at this. Do you know what it is?
Looks like slabs of plaster, sir.
They are plaster casts of tire marks left by your lorry at a certain place, Latimer.
I don't think there could be, sir. The lorry wasn't in a certain place.
What certain place?
Where you said, sir.
You can easily prove it by comparing these casts with your tires.
Well, sir, if it was where you said it was, it wasn't me driving it.
Where did I say it was?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Latimer.
One moment, please, Major. Latimer, do you recognize this? Do you know what it is?
No, sir. A red satchel.
It was the boys' gas mask case.
I never saw it before in all my life, sir. I'll take my bloody oath to that. What boys, sir?
Oh, blast. Come in. What is it, Sergeant Major?
Sorry, sir.
What?
Ruling's missing, sir. I think he's gone over the hill.
Major Scott got the military police on the track of the missing signaler Ruling at once. We wanted to see him badly enough, but Major Scott had reasons of his own. Desertion from a post in wartime is also a very serious matter. While a red-cap MP lieutenant, a former Berkshire constabulary sergeant, assured the major that they'd very soon find the adjectived rascal, the superintendent and I went out to compare our plaster cast with the tires on lorry number 56. They matched perfectly. We returned to the orderly room to find the policeman gone and Major Scott sitting staring at the contents of Ruling's kit.
Look here at these clothes, gentlemen.
They're soaking wet.
Perhaps they were the ones he wore when it was raining then.
They could very well be, if he did it.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you said that, Latimer.
Look. Here's something on the cuff of this jacket.
Where?
Look here. What's this? Looks like blood.
He said he cut his hand.
Did he?
He didn't show me the cut, sir.
Then you don't know?
No, sir.
What kind of chap is this man Ruling, anyway?
Well, he's He's a great husky young fellow.
He wears steel-rimmed glasses, just like I do.
He does.
Sir, I was just thinking.
What?
Well, when I came back to my bivvy after working on the generator lorry all day, I had a look at 56.
And?
Well, she was awfully muddy. Much muddier than the other lorries that had been standing in the park all day.
Could someone have taken her out without your knowing it?
Could they, Latimer?
Would be possible, sir.
Ruling?
Well, sir, he's supposed to be my pal.
But what?
He was always drifting off, I remember. Alone.
What for?
Well, he always liked to visit people in the business, he said.
What business?
The business he was in before he was called up.
What's he do?
He was a butcher.
The MPs brought Signaler Ruling back at 3 the next morning. They had found him, they said, standing in front of you guess what kind of shop. He was quite self-possessed as he stood in Major Scott's office.
Stand easy, Ruling. These gentlemen want to talk to you, Ruling.
Aye, sir.
I think they want to ask you some questions.
First, we want to search this man, Major.
Go ahead.
I'll look at your wallet first, Ruling.
Aye, sir. Not much in it, sir.
We'll see.
Yes, sir.
I opened the wallet. There was nothing in it at all. Nothing except a torn £1 note. Give me the torn piece of Phillips' pound note, I said to the superintendent. That was all. It fitted perfectly.
Let me do it. Lewis Ruling, I arrest you for the willful murder of Philip Ainsley Avery.
Aye, sir.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
I'm not afraid to tell you about it, sir. I killed poor little beggar. He said he was running away to join army. I laughed at him, and he told me he had plenty of money. And I asked him where he kept it. He said in his respirator case, and I reached for it, and he yelled. Just like one of them little lambs when you've got it by its neck. And I got mad. And he jumped out of the lorry, and I after him, and he turned to yell at me, and I hit him with a spanner, just like a cute little lamb. And then he fell down, and I did what you always do to a lamb when you kill it.
Lewis Ruling was tried and found guilty of the murder of the poor little lamb. But his counsel appealed on the grounds of insanity, and he was adjudged mentally irresponsible. He was committed to an institution for the criminal insane and died there more than a year ago.
You have heard another authentic story from the files of Scotland Yard on Whitehall 1212. Research is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Today...
The Witch's Tale. The fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you.
102-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 102-year-old. Well, Satan, now it's time to spin these folks another of our cheerful little bedtime stories. Douse out them lights, so we'll have it nice and dark. When you listens to our tales, sitting in the gloom, it helps you to have purty dreams. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be away out west in Michigan. And there, in a fine big house where there's a party going on, begins our yarn called Rat in a Trap. Rat in a Trap.
Didn't know you were out here on the veranda, Denny.
Enjoying the night air, Mr. Copper.
No, it's as hot as blazes inside. But young fellas like you should be in there dancing in spite of the heat.
I'm afraid I'm not much of a dancer.
You mean when the only girl you care to dance with doesn't happen to be around, eh? Son, you're certainly a model for husbands. Too bad Lucy didn't come in with you this morning. She'd have enjoyed this.
I wish she had come along, the way things turned out. But you know I expected to return on the late afternoon train.
I'm glad you missed that last train, so we can have you here tonight.
Yes, it's nice to be here, but this is the first night Lucy and I have been separated since our marriage.
Nowadays, ladies have the vote. One of the first things a rising young lawyer with political ambitions must learn is not to appear too much married.
I forgot that you're trying to make me president someday.
I may, but right now we'll compromise on United States Senator. Seriously, son, you have the stuff, and people have begun to talk about you. You're pretty young for the job, but I've about decided to run you for prosecutor next election. Think you can make good?
I? All I can say is that I'll do my best.
That's pretty fair from what you've shown so far, but, Dan, you have a couple of faults that won't fit so well in the district attorney's office.
Oh, what do you mean?
You know, you've shut off your mouth a lot about certain disagreements you have with our criminal code.
Well, I've said that our laws are unfitted to the crimes they were designed to control. I've said that because I think it. Our penal code is wholly unsuited to cope with the 1,001 types of crime, the varied individuals who commit it. If I had the power, I'd amend that code so that it would cease to be a makeshift of political expediency and instead would truly serve the cause of justice.
Doggone, that's as good a piece of campaign propaganda as I ever listened to.
Oh, I meant what I said.
Maybe you did, but you said it like a politician, and that's what interests me. I take back what I said about your faults. Develop them. But it's getting late. Come and dance with some of those pretty girls inside before the party breaks up.
I'd better telephone Lucy first. I feel a little uneasy. That summer place of ours is so isolated back in the woods, and...
Lucy's not alone there.
No, Pete Lorillard and his wife are with her. Oh, if she'd been alone, I'd have hired a cab and driven back tonight instead of waiting for the morning train.
Over those roads, you'd arrive tomorrow afternoon. Come on, let's go inside.
All right.
Oh, there you are, Dick. Oh, we've been looking for you everywhere, you and Abner. There's a lovely little blonde simply dying to meet you.
Oh, well, I'll come gladly to save her life, but I really think I should call up Lucy once more, if you don't mind.
I do mind. And so will Lucy if you call her at this hour. Daddy, she'll be sound asleep.
I suppose you're right, but somehow
Speaking of telephones, hello? Who do you want? Daniel Miller.
Oh, for me?
It's Lucy.
Lucy?
Dan, she's crying. There's something the matter.
Something the matter? Yeah, give me that phone. Lucy? Yes, dear, this is Dan. What's wrong, darling? You sound hysterical. You say the Lorillards were called away this afternoon? You're alone? 3 men are breaking in the house? Lucy! Lucy! Oh, my God!
Hobo's, skunk and boots. They're breaking in.
Oh, God.
They'll be inside the house in a moment.
Lucy, and I'm 50 miles away.
Yes, you can't help me, and I can't help myself. We're both helpless. Helpless, as rats in a trap. May God forgive me for what I'm making you suffer, but I had to call you to hear your voice for the last time.
The last time?
Yes, the last.
These men are beasts. They're drunken. They know I'm alone.
You have a gun? The gun I gave you.
I have it in my hand. I fired all the shots but one. I saved that for myself.
No.
It's the only way. Listen, dear. Listen, please. You can't help me now. But maybe you can punish after I'm dead.
Oh, God, Lucy.
Listen, darling. I have so little time. The leader came here this afternoon begging food, and I saw him plainly. He's a big, dark, unshaven man with a livid, crisscross scar above his left eye that runs from brow to temple. Remember, dear. Remember.
My Lucy.
Wait. Mr. Lorillard drove him away. Then the Lorillards were called to town. The man had been watching. He came back with two others. One, short with red hair. The other, a blonde man with a limp. Remember, dear. Remember. They're in the house.
Lucy.
The lock to this door won't hold a moment. They're beating at it now. The door is giving. I have the gun ready. A bullet through my head. They can't hurt me.
Lucy.
Remember them, dear. Remember. They're here.
Please, stop.
I love you, dear. Goodbye.
Lucy.
And boy, you shouldn't have come to my office today. A man who has just spent 6 months in the hospital has no business to even poke his nose outside of doors.
I'm quite strong now, Mr. Cowper, and I had to come and have a talk to you. While I was in the hospital, out of what you thought was kindness, you censored all police reports to me. Now I want you to tell me whether they honestly expect to ever find the creatures who caused my wife to put a bullet through her head.
Danny,
I want the truth.
All right, son. I won't lie to you. I've kept the cops working on this case as they've never worked before. They haven't fallen down because they've never had a single worthwhile clue to work on. When they arrived at your house in the woods that night, the men who broke in had disappeared. We assume they were hobos of the most depraved type. But that's all we know about them. We found no fingerprints. We have no clue to their appearance even. Except the meager description of poor, frantic Lucy.
Yes, the meager description of poor, frantic Lucy. A big, dark man with a livid, crisscross scar above his left eye that runs from brow to temple. Remember, dear. Remember. One a short man with red hair. The third a blonde man with a limp. Remember, dear. Remember.
Son, the cops have picked up hundreds. Whom they've been forced to turn loose again. There's no evidence of any kind. If we had the guilty brutes before us in this room, we couldn't prove it without their own confessions. As a lawyer, you know what we're up against.
An impossible job for lawyers and police. And if our law could catch them in its net, the code provides no punishment to fit their crime. Goodbye, Mr. Cowper.
Goodbye? Why, you say that as though we mightn't meet again.
We may not. I'm leaving town tomorrow. I've got a job to do.
Say, look here. You haven't the crazy idea that you can find those men yourself? Dan, to locate those three brutes and secure evidence against them, a man might have to search the hobo jungles of this country an entire lifetime. I know how bitter you feel, son. But the past is past. And grief and hatred won't unmake it. I've got big things in store for you, boy. Pick up the threads of your normal life again. Think of your future, your career.
My future's to remember. My career's to repay. Goodbye, Mr. Cowper.
Hello there, Lawyer Thomas. That Yankee partner you on around?
Yeah, you might find him down by the railroad yards, Jesse. They Morton sure picked you some funny friends.
I suppose he likes them tramps, Lawyer Thomas.
I have an idea.
Sure, that man's been in this town off and on for nigh 8 years now. Yet no one knows him.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Jesse. I know him pretty well.
Yeah, know why he jumps like a shell-shocked soldier every time the telephone rings?
No.
Yeah, know why his hair's snow white when he ain't a day more than 40?
No.
Know what his real name was before he changed it to Dave Morton?
No, and them things is none of my business or yours.
Just the same, there's a mystery about that man that sort of worries me. Lawyer Thomas, why do you suppose your partner, Lawyer Morton, pays me $5 cash money for every tramp we get in the jailhouse who I persuade to take him for a tonic?
My partner pays you money to secure him hobo clients? Hey,
Are you here now to bring him such a case?
But this time's just for joke. The client I'm bringing him today is that tramp who murdered the old woman. Big Mike, the dog Sheriff Greeley rescued from the lynching mob last night. Big Mike asked me to get him Mr. Morton for his lawyer. Said a pal of his had told him about him.
No partner of mine is touching his case. If Morton got the brute off by a miracle, they'd both be lynched.
Here's Morton now.
Hello, Jesse. Hello, Tom. Oh, Dave.
Lawyer Morton, a man over at the jailhouse who ain't got no money wants to hire you to get him out.
Thanks for bringing the message, Jesse. But if you're speaking of Big Mike, I've already seen him. I'm going to defend him.
You're going to defend Big Mike?
Yes, Tom.
Lawyer Morton, you're joking.
Dave, you're mad. The man is guilty.
Guilty as hell.
I'm going to save him from the rope because I like his looks. He's a big, dark man with a scar above his left eye. A livid, crisscross scar that runs from brow to temple.
Extra payer, murder goes free. Big Mike not guilty. Extra payer, Morton wins acquittal, jury frees Big Mike. Extra payer.
God. Look at the people buying them papers and then standing round reading and talking about me. If you hadn't have sneaked me here to your house, boss, they'd have had me swinging on the lamppost by now.
Come away from the window. You're safe here, Mike.
Gee, I hope so. But you gotta get me out of town quick. They look for me here and string me up.
They'll never lynch you, Mike. I'm taking care of you now. Better have another drink. And I draw those curtains tighter.
Yeah. I do need another hooker, boss. And I'm drinking it to you. No other mouthpiece in the world could have swung that jury so they'd bring a verdict of not guilty.
No other in the world. I used perjured testimony, lying witnesses, a framed alibi. I used every dirty trick in the book. But I got you off, Mike. Out of jail, away from the hangman. And I've got you now. Alone with me.
See, you're acting a little crazy, boss. See, I'll have another. You know I can't figure you out, boss. Why do you make me tell you how I croaked that old woman for you to take my case?
I was interested in you, Mike. And for 10 years it's been my rule to know the truth about my client's guilt or innocence before I took a case.
Yeah, I heard that. And every hobo from Maine to California says that spilling you the truth never brung him home. That's why I told you the works right off the bat. You got a great name in the jungle, boss.
Yeah, it took me 10 years to build that reputation, Mike. Won't you have another drink?
Thanks. But, gee, you'll have me stewed in a minute. Well, here's how again. Say, you're a funny guy. You not only spend your own dough to buy witnesses and all, but then you bring me to your house and treat me like a prince.
It's very simple, Mike. I've done the things I have because you interest me. Yeah, interest me tremendously. Yeah, I'd like to know more about your life, about your travels, experiences. Other little peccadillos before you so neatly strangled that last old woman.
Say, why you always asking me questions about what I done before we met?
Are you afraid to trust a man who saved your life?
Oh, but you ask such nutty questions. How long I'd had this crooked scar over my eye, for instance.
I was merely curious as to whether you had it 10 years ago when you were in Michigan.
And I told you I don't know nothing about Michigan.
Oh, come on, Mike. You've lied about that long enough. I never mentioned it before, but friends of yours have told me you were there.
What friends?
Let me see now. Oh, yeah, their names were Red and Limpy.
Red and Limpy? You know them?
Quite well. I haven't seen them lately. Have you?
No. Neither has anyone else.
What do you mean?
That they disappeared from the road. And they ain't in jail nowheres. They're just gone. What'd I tell you about me in Michigan?
The most interesting story I've ever heard. About a house in the woods. And a woman.
They told you that, eh?
Yes. Have another drink. I'll open this fresh bottle and join you. Suppose you tell me about your Michigan adventure.
I didn't have no part in it. I didn't...
Here's your drink, Mike.
I must be off my nut to be afraid of you. I got reason to trust you. And I need help about that Michigan job. Need it bad. Listen, the word's gone round that dame's husband has been searching ever since it happened. That he's been on the road with the bows and riding the rails, living in the jungles, asking questions, trying to learn who caused his wife to shoot herself. They say he did for Red and Limpy, and no one's even found their bodies. He used to be a lawyer, just like you, boss. He was... God!
Why are you stopping, Mike?
The notion just crossed me mind that you might be him. I must be drunk to think a thing like that about the guy who saved me from the rope. If you was her husband, you'd have sent me there. So give me that drink, boss, and I'll spill the works. This liquor tastes funny, but it's good. It's swell. Drink your own, too, boss, and I'll tell you all about a pretty little dame in the house in the woods. Helpless she was as a rat in a trap. Helpless, frightened, like I like to see 'em. Too bad she shot herself before. Say, boss, what's eating you? You crushed that glass in your hand as if it was paper. And your eyes look crazy. See, what you pulling them curtains on the wall for?
So you can see what lies behind them.
Just a couple of plaster statues of two guys' heads and shoulders. But the faces is all gone, so the bones are shown through. What happened to those faces?
You're going to find out, Mike. Just as Red and Limpy learned.
Red and Limpy?
These busts are their death masks. Taken in soft plaster. After they've lain here helpless. Helpless. Helpless as rats in a trap. As you're going to lie here, helpless, while your punishment fits your crime.
God, you're the guy...
I'm the husband of the girl you brought to death.
I'm going to get out of here.
You can. You can rise from that chair.
You dope me liquor. I can't move.
I'll move you. Down to my cellar below. Down to my cellar for which I've saved you from the gallows. The news for you'll be too easy, Mike. Your punishment will fit your crime.
No, let me go. Let me go. What you gonna do?
Your punishment will fit your crime. Your punishment will fit your crime. You can't see a thing in this cellar, can you, Mike? And no one's so helpless as when they're in the dark. I want you to be very helpless, Mike. More helpless than a rat in a trap. Helpless as a woman alone in the house in the woods. Helpless as a man who loved her and who heard you 50 miles away. Helpless as a man who heard the shot that killed her. He couldn't raise his hand to save her. What you gonna do to me?
Hey, you got me tied to stakes and spread eagle on the floor. But how you gonna kill me? What you gonna do?
You're struggling, Mike. But your bones will hold. I tied them very tight.
What did you do to Red and Limpy that you're gonna do to me? In them plaster busts upstairs, what happened to their faces?
Guess, Mike, guess.
Now, you don't tell me I'd go nuts. Nuts, I tell you, raving nuts.
Oh, no, you won't. Not for many hours. I've investigated the length of time required to drive men mad. Your brain's undeveloped, so it'll take you longer than most.
Help! God, if I could only see you. You're putting something over me head.
Yeah, part of a little apparatus that made Red and Limpy featureless. Use your imagination, Mike. You may guess how it's done.
Oh, God. Oh, God, why don't you curse at me, beat me, kick me, do something I can understand? What are you going to do to me when you leave me? How am I going to die?
When I reach the top of these stairs, you'll know. When I open the secret panel, it'll soon be the door of your tomb. Then you'll have a moment's light. Just enough for a quick, short glimpse around you.
Two skeletons beside me.
The bones of Red and Limpy. What else do you see?
There's a cage coming over my head. A cage like a rat trap. Oh, I see the rat trap. A rat is in the cage with me.
Soon he'll be crawling over me head and biting. Ah! That's what happened to the other faces. A rat. No! Don't leave me in the dark waiting helpless, guessing when that rat's going to start a bite. That's your punishment, Mike. Oh, goodbye. Ah!
The third, Lucy. And the last. I remember. And I repaid.
Martin! Dave Martin! Martin!
Yes, Tom. I hear you.
For God's sake, let me in! Quick as you value your life!
I'll let you in, Tom. What's the matter, Tom?
What you knew would be the matter when you got Big Mike acquitted. A lynching mob is formed and accounted for this house.
They won't find Big Mike here. He's gone.
They ain't after him. They're coming here with the rope to hang you, Dave.
They can hang me if they want to, Tom. They think I wish to live. I don't.
Why, you're talking like a fool. Come on. There ain't time to talk.
But I want to talk, Tom, about imagination. Imagination that can see a living rat in a crumpled old grey rag and mutilated human faces in two old broken plaster busts of poor blind justice. Imagination that kills more horribly and surely than if the things it sees were real.
Dave Morton, I think you're mad. That mama's almost here. And if they find you, they'll hang you to a tree. Keep away from that front door. Here, what are you going to do?
I'm going to meet them. Those who usurp the place of justice must expect a punishment to fit their crime.
Satan. Next time we'll have another pretty yarn to spin these folks. A very pretty yarn.